What's going on, ladies and gents? What is happening? Oh, yeah. Let's see if we can get this thing all fired up. Oh. Here he is. What's going on, everyone? Man, trying to get this thing going is like, I didn't think I was going to be able to do it. The other computer's just like acting up. I'm trying to click on something on the bottom, and I'm like, it's not doing it. It's showing an hourglass. I went, oh, okay. It's going to be one of those kind of hangouts, huh? It is what it is, though. What's going on, ladies and gents from around the world? Glad to have you in, as always. Some of you folks were just saying, I don't know, there's going to be a hangout. It was just a last-minute thing. I think I said that in the last video. I'd probably have it on Sunday, whenever we can get the time in, right? If it's busy on a Saturday, we'll make it for the Sunday, right? Not a big deal. So here we are, and I see there you are. Let's see. Renee Cruz, what's happening? Good to see you in there. Let me put this thing here. All right. Do the roll call. Straw Hats, what's going on? It's good afternoon. Good afternoon to you as well. Mimi Reacts, what's happening? Good to see you in there. Pete Ferrero's in there. Who's here? Hey, Chris. Mark Coffee, what's going on? Hello from Florida. Good to have you in there as well. MG Toes in there. What's happening? He says, howdy. Daniel Lee says, hi, good evening, all. It's great to have a live hangout. Hi, Chris. Good evening. Danny from Liverpool. What's going on, Danny? Good to have you in there, man. Hellfire Studios, what's happening? It's good to have you in there. You were one of the ones I just mentioned. You said our hangouts on Sundays now? Yeah, like I said, I mean, it just depends on the day, right? It could have been busy at work because I do work on Saturdays as well. So, here we are. And it's been a while since we've done it, other than the hangout with just recently with Will, my good friends Will and Thomas. So it was good to have them on there, and we will make that more frequent. I think we were even talking about it last time, talking about having like at least maybe once or twice a month as well. So, yeah, I'll just listen to the audio here, and yeah, it's always like 20 seconds behind, which is ridiculous, but it is what it is, right? Let me see. Oh, man, this thing just jumped on me big time. Surprise, surprise. Let's see. Metalhead, what's going on? It's good to have you in there. He said, I can't believe it. Stars in his eyes. Alan Doyle, what's happening? Hey, Chris. Alan here in Colorado. What's going on over there in Colorado? Hope the weather's not that bad. Too Fast, TJM, what's happening? Afternoon. What is going on? Ali Khan, what's happening? Good to see you in there. Lance Norris, this is hello, my dear friends. What's going on there, Lance? Terry Kelling, good evening, Chris, and, of course, everyone else, right? And Spence says, nice you're back on a Sunday. Yeah, like I said, it depends. There's been times where I think we even had them on Wednesday. It depends. Like I said, work a regular job and stuff like that, and it can be, you can almost, you want to plan your days, but you know how that turns out. You go, oh, yeah, this will be a breeze today. We can be in and out of work, and no problem. Yeah, buddy. So, yeah. Let's see. Adam Light Edits, what's happening? Hi, Chris. Hi, everyone. Good to see you there, Adam. I appreciated that, Hellfire Studios. You said tweeted you out, Chris. Ah, all right. That's awesome. Awesome. Raul Duke, what's happening? Hello from Kansas City. Good to see you in there, man. Maurice Abuma, I guess if I'm not spelling it correctly, correct me. Wow, good to catch the live feed. I'm lucky today. I think we all are. As long as we're here, I just love spending time. And like I said, it's been a while, and I'm like, got to make some time. So, yeah, it's good to make it in there. Dan Martin, what's happening? Hi, Chris. I thought maybe you'd quit doing this. Nope, it's going to be for a while, unless something drastically goes wrong, if you know what I mean. But no, we're here. Like I said, if this is all I had done, and this is all I do, oh yeah, it'd be an everyday thing. You guys know that, right? I'd rather be doing this every day, to be truthful with you. It's because it's just fun, Mimi, you said I watched your new video, so many structures and anomalies. There's crazy stuff. I actually got this was funny too. I always get these every now and then. Guy says, well, I mean, they're just pixels. They're square pixels. I went, square pixels, let me say. So if I back out of the photo, I don't see anything square in there. I don't know what these people come up with this crap. There's a difference. You know what a pixel looks like when you see one. When you back way out of a photo, you should not see a pixel. Simple as that. But, it is what it is. You got to, it just happens. Straw hats, 25 dead in Mississippi from the recent storm. Man, I hate to hear that. I really do. We just had some real bad storms, too. Yesterday was more of a windstorm. No big deal, right? Now, maybe about, I'm going to guess it's about a week and a half tops, right? My wife and I said, all right, we're going to turn in for the night. And it was between 10 and 11 p.m. And we laid down and we hear boom. So what the hell? Now, we were expecting storms. So no big deal, right? So I said, I think that was the neighbor. She likes to go out and smoke out the back door instead of smoking in the house. Makes sense. So, no big deal. Then we hear boom. It sounded like somebody took a stick and whacked it up against the window. I was like, what the hell was that? So I said, well, there's the storms coming through. So we get all comfortable again, and we're just chilling, and all of a sudden, bang. I mean, this is the biggest bang you've ever heard. It sounded like crashing glass. Bang. It vibrated the whole darn house like it was literally in our backyard, and it was. It was like 100 feet from us. As soon as it bangs, it makes that bang sound, the thunder, lightning, and everything else. I open up my eyes, and all I see is like an orange fireball coming through both windows of our bedroom. I'm like, what the hell? I shot out of bed. I said, the neighbor. So I get out of bed, and I look through the window, and she's peeking out her back door because I can see where her back door is. And my wife just happens to look through the window on a different side of it, and she says, oh, my God, the telephone pole's on fire. I went, oh, you're kidding me. So anyway, we go outside. It's raining like hell out. We go out there, and it literally blew the transformer right off the pole, where it's opened up like a giant, Chef Boyardee can kind of thing, just laying there on fire. I went, you got to be kidding me. So go back in the house, and later found, I think it was in the morning, burnt up the modem in the house, of course. So $212 later, it's got a brand new one. And it was against my better judgment, folks, because we had this issue, I'm going to guess about a year and a half ago, where you got to understand the coax runs off the pole, right? Depending on what you got, fiber optics, which is basically the same because it converts it, whatever. But anyway, so it comes down the pole, under the ground, and into your house. Okay. Or just goes from the pole to your house, depending on how you got it set up. So when you have static electricity, it just runs along the ground of your coax. So it blew up my router that I had piggyback to it. So I was like, all right. So I replaced it. Speed was still slow. He said, well, you shouldn't have it going through your APC because you got your coax in and out. And I was like, well, he said, it'll slow it down on you. That wasn't the issue, but I still went with it. Silly me, right? So when we have this next storm, of course, it blows the darn thing up. I said, you know what? I'll take the chance with the speed, and I'll go ahead and put it back in. And that's what I did. And then I went further than that because, let me just go back here a little bit, step back. The next day, my wife goes to turn on the TV. It's not working. It's junk now. I went, oh, fantastic. That's awesome. So a 60-inch TV trashed. So took it apart. I said, give me a hand with it. So I got the thing. It was a 60-inch, like I said. I took it, threw it on the bed, ripped it apart, and found out it blew some capacitors in it. Okay, so I replaced all those, got the kit for it, replaced them all. Still wouldn't work. Turns out it's the motherboard. Okay, replaced the motherboard. It's a used one from eBay. Well, what do you think happens? It's distorted picture. It's not working well. Although my part that I did works absolutely perfect because the TV did fire up, right? So the way the TV is designed, it's got to go through the motherboard first before it can actually go through the power on button and for it to come on. So, because it's audio, video, and it's got a processor in it, all that other happy crap. So, get it all set up, rocking and rolling, thinking it's going to be working good. Because it did come on. It said Vizio, because it's a Vizio TV, basically a Panasonic. It comes on, everything's good. It's all right, yeah, shut it back off and put on. I go to show my wife, and say, hey, look, it's working. Oh, no, it's not. What the hell happened? Anyway, sent the thing back. The guy refunded my money. I'm happy about that. So I'm either going to go with another one, a more reputable guy on there, and which this guy was pretty decent. Everybody's like praising him, giving him thumbs up. So it might have been just something faulty. He didn't know anything about it. It could have been him handling it. Although he did have it in a static bag, it doesn't mean anything. It could still, burn it up. So, yeah. So for now, I took one of the other 32-inch TVs out of the other room and threw it on there. It's not the same as a 60-inch, but it'll work for now, right? So yeah, the joys, man, the joys of life. But when I hear that's small potatoes compared to the stuff these people have been going through, like Straw Hat said about the people dead in Mississippi and all different places. Either snow's getting them, the water, the floods. Good God. So yeah, I mean, I hate to hear that. My heart goes out to them people. It's tough. Let's see. Sky Blue, what's going on? Good to see you in there as well. You said, nice to see you on my suggest. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have been telling me this. Said, for some reason I had to resubscribe to the channel. Just make sure you are subscribed, folks. Just go in there, just make sure it's saying subscribe, and then when you hit it, look underneath and make sure it says, you get notifications and check both boxes because they're sneaky. They're making it so like, well, we don't have to give them that many views, which it doesn't make sense. Because they're actually advertising through me and a lot of other, content uploaders, and yet they pull this kind of crap. It's like they're shadow banning. It just doesn't make sense to me, right? Yeah, I was seeing that too, Alicon. You said orbs all over the planet, and I'm not so sure if these are real deal because I see a lot of the videos and not in person. But yeah, nonetheless, it's pretty neat. Whichever way you look at it, if it is the real thing, I mean, back in the day when we had what was it? I think it was Germany. They called them Foo Fighters. They had these orbs flying around their planes, right? So, and orbs are nothing new. They've been around for quite a while. Let's see. Valerian, the Mac 3 says, it's been a long while. Yeah, it has. Well, like I said, we were on, not long ago, just a few days ago, 4 or 5 days ago. So even if it was a week ago, we were on. I don't know if all of you caught it because it didn't seem like you did. A lot of people did not catch it. Like even today, you're probably not going to find a whole lot of people on because this is last minute. People are used to consistencies, right? Makes perfect sense. But I'm still glad to have everybody in there. You're right about that, Hellfire Studios. YouTube don't pay the bills like it used to. Now, don't get me wrong. I mean, if you're turning these things out day in and day out, and you got enough people watching, it's okay. But I wouldn't bank on it. To me, this is like gravy. If you're trying to make any money on the stuff, I look at it this way. I just enjoy doing these things, whether it's the Hangouts or the videos. And if you get a few dollars in it, it's an offset to the electric bill, or a brand new TV. God, it's always something, man. But yeah, it is what it is. I mean, even my job was affected. They had some issues with the computers and stuff. And one thing they didn't have an issue with was I replaced all the battery backups in there and grounded some of their equipment, so they didn't take a big hit. But still, some things are just weird in there. It wasn't working right. But it's more the cable company than the actual job itself, right? Dan Martin says, I'm sure glad I have people telling me I'm crazy thinking that there was ever any life on Mars. Then I show them what you put out, and it changes their minds. They're totally shocked. Ha ha. Well, I mean, if you never looked at these photos at all, and let's say I never even looked at the first photo, and somebody was to show me a picture, hey, what do you think of this? I'd go, that's kind of odd. What is it? Now, understand the reply is, well, that's odd. Now, if I said, oh, that's a rock, what about it? So in other words, that person, even if they're not into this kind of thing, says, it's kind of a weird thing right there resting on the hillside or whatever it may be. And you go, that's on Mars. And they go, that's not a rock. Even if you don't know what it is, you know the difference between something that looks natural and something that is not. It just, yeah. But like even the moon photos, and in fact, I got another one come up. It's vague at first when you see it, but then when you bring all the lines out, you go, okay, clearly this is not natural whatsoever. And this is an actual ground photo, meaning the astronauts on the ground taking a picture. And when you see this, even the photo itself, when you just glance over it, something doesn't look right. First of all, it's manipulated to the max, but when you see some of the shapes just lying off in the distance and then the left-hand side, you start going, oh, wait a minute, what the hell is that? and then just bring it out. It's crazy. So that one's coming up for you folks. I like doing the moon ones too. They're pretty cool. Renee Cruz, you said Darth Vader says there's a present I haven't. I've since Mars Anomalies have been on Friday. Live UFO shows at 2 p.m. Chris, let's go. Search your feelings. You know this to be true, Chris. Of course. MG Toe, you're absolutely right about that. You got to be thankful for that. A lot of people just, take it for granted. But he said, any day when you wake up is a good day. That's a fact. Metalhead, you said, had flooding here in Los Angeles. Yeah, they've been getting pummeled over there. Between the snow, the rain, good God, now the melting of the snow. It's like left and right. My cousin Eric lived out there. He was in the Marines, and he was going to retire out there, which he actually set out to do that. He actually had a little barn and stuff like that, had a horse, a nice, beautiful house, and he just said, I'm out of here. He went back to the East Coast. Because at some point, you have to say to yourself, okay, I'm tired of having losses. Do I want to go back to a place that's maybe less nicer? No. But I can't keep replacing everything that I own in my life. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. Pete, you said 75-mile-an-hour gust in Buffalo last night. Wow, was it intense. Well, it's like us. We had gusts probably 50, 60 miles an hour easily here, if not more. And some things had, I don't know how many counties we were heading back. Because I usually go out to like these antique stores and stuff like that. Just looking at little thrift shops, just kind of fought around. I'm always looking for like electronic stuff. And I'll show you something I bought too just recently. I just, whether it's nostalgia or whatever it may be, it's just fun to, shop, right? And we were going by, you can just see every darn shop was out. Street lights were out. Traffic lights, you name it, they were just out. And just going, good God. Luckily, on our end, we didn't have that issue. Even if the power flickers on and off, like I said, I got battery backups just about on every friggin' thing. So we don't have any issue with that, power going out. In fact, getting back to the TV, somebody had said to me, well, you have a surge protector. What's the problem? And I went, there's many ways to blow something up. Like I said, we also have a very large TV antenna for over the air as well, even though we stream a lot of our stuff. So static electricity can run right down there. Done. So I grounded that out as well. So that won't be an issue in the future. So when I finally get another TV, I'll throw one in there and, we won't have that issue. So, but yeah, that's always fun. Hellfire, you said we got ice in Michigan. Oh, yeah. I was watching the news about that, too. You guys got a lot of ice. I only got rain here, but apparently the same storm front that came through here later spawned dozens of tornadoes. I know. What was it? Just recently, there was, besides Mississippi and, what was it? Kentucky or Ohio, my neighbors here. They had some issues as well. Crazy. Hellfire Studios said, did house insurance cover all that? No. I shouldn't say no. We just haven't checked into it yet. I just threw something in its place for now. But, yeah, we're definitely going to be checking that out. It should. We got it. So, shouldn't have an issue. Joss D. Mr. Joss D's in the Hizoo. Mars Anomalies. Hey, Chris. Good to see you back. Well, I'm glad to see everybody here. Like I said, it's just been busy here, folks. In fact, we got the owner of the place I work at, he's going to be opening up like 2 other stores. I'm like, good God. And I'll be moving to that one because the other one, like I told you folks, where we were in the smaller store and it burned down. Electrical fire was a ballast that went bad, overheated, melted, and dropped to the floor onto a wooden floor. And, of course, that's what ignited it. So this will be our new home, so to speak. Right now I'm working at one of the other stores. And so we'll be at this one, and it should be open by the end of the month, and be stocking it up and getting it ready to go, Eric Bauer, what's happening? Good to see you in there. Sky Blue said the earthquake devastation in Turkey is tough to watch. Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to have cracked walls. It's one thing to have power outages. But when you have total collapse of structures and stuff like that, and the death count just goes through the roof, you can't help but to feel bad for these people. It's insane. Simply Steve 68, what's going on? Good to see you in there. So ways and ways again. Samo Gufanian Rockstar, welcome to the Hangout. Appreciate your time, chat room. What's going on there, Samo? Good to have you in there. Retro Recharge, hello from UK. What's going on over there in the UK? I hope you're doing better as far as weather-wise. Although I know it is cooler there, isn't it, right now? Where we're warming up, I think you guys cool down. And the weather's been absolutely insane. Anybody who says the weather's not changing on this planet is mental. You know, now there is an argument about what's causing more of it. I get it. That's not my argument. My argument is it's mental. I mean, it's literally... Now, don't get me wrong. Every year it's the same way. You got, from... fall to winter. I mean, you just have these cold, hot, and there's always this kind of weird weather, right? Rainy, blustery, cold, warm one day, cold the next. It's the same way going into warmer temperatures from the cold. It's no different. So you're going to have that. But, it's just been really, really crazy weather. And I think everybody I talk to has the same issue. I can't do that. Love it when they make a phone call just when I'm on. It is what it is, right? I mean, it's like I said, everywhere. It's everybody I talk to, they're saying the weather's been changing. It's been really erratic. Josh D said, "Hey, Chris, looking good. I try my best. Thank you very much." Oh, what was that? Okay. This thing just jumped all the way down here. So if you guys have any questions, saying anything else, let's see. Valerian the Mac 3 said, yeah, we're getting lots of CMA burst. Yes, I mean, we just had a major one just the other day. There's a lot of Aurora Borealis and, stuff like that going on. And I think it was like halfway down here in the States, you can actually see it, right? Because it was, it was that strong. Let's see. Michael, I'm sorry. Hold on a second. I need to make this thing bigger. Okay. Michael White says, Close Encounters of the Third Kind had the orange orb, right? Wait, absolutely. Had several, right? But if you looked at, was it that the same one where it had, we could see multiple orbs, and you could see the actual little UFOs in it, if I'm not mistaken. Pretty wild. $786 Auto, what's happening? Good to see you in there. Limey Watchers in there. What's going on, Limey? Good to see you in there. Rockstar 8970 Abel says, cheers. What's going on? Cheers right back at you. Len Peterson says, finally you are on, and I have to go to work. Damn luck. Morning, all. Well, I'm glad you popped in there just to say hello there, Len. Appreciate it. Exactly, MG Toad. No, you're right about that. You said get the cheapest TV and you find, and then go into the secret menu and change the algorithm to any TV you want. Yeah, pretty much. And Spence says, it's Miami. It's been warm all year. And yeah, usually you folks will get, now my daughter lives down in Florida, so she's next to the Punta Gorda area. And you probably get what? Maybe 2-3 weeks, maybe, of like cooler temperatures. I don't mean, well, to you folks, it'd be cold because you'd be like, even my buddy Billy Carson, he's down there. It's like 75, 80 degrees. He's got like a windbreaker on him. And he's such a Floridian. I bust his chops. But it's just, he's just so used to the warmer temperatures that anything that's like 70 feels cold, right? And I know how everybody feels because I'm the same way here. If it's like 90s out and it goes down to 70, you're pretty much almost shivering. But when you're like that year-round practically, well, big difference too. Okay, you're saying just the orange orb. I got you. Yep. Valerian, you said northern lights were seen in Phoenix, Arizona, and Tasmania. Oh, yeah. It's, like I said, it's messing with the particles, that's for sure. Renee Cruz said sprites. Yep. Pete Ferreira says Mars and Venus have been very active lately. Entire constellation is changing rather. I'm sorry. But yeah, absolutely. Well, again, we have the sun has its own cycle. So every 11 years, the peak of it, as it's getting to the peak, every planet in our solar system warms up. We know that. This is science fact, right? So, it's going to happen. But we also have conditions on each planet, depending on what it is, that can cause it to change weather even more so. So, like I said, the argument isn't what's causing more of it as far as the heating or the changing of the temperature or the weather. To me, it's like it makes a difference if we're causing some of it. We should change. But as far as the, solar system, there's nothing you can do about that. It is what it is. This name just jumped on me here, but let's see what we got here. Glenn Marsh, what's happening? What? He said, sorry, live chat's not love. LOL. Private Tomcat says, hi, all. What's going on? Well, I would imagine so. Maurice, he said, weather on the moon must also be pretty weird. Well, I mean, it's a huge contrast, right? So if you're in the sun, it's really, really hot, and it's cold, it's super cold. There is no atmosphere to balance off the temperature, so you're going to get that. But you probably wouldn't want to be on the moon on the very sunny side. Not good. Marco Besta, what's happening? Good to see you in there. The question was, will the TR-3B ever be disclosed? That's probably 20-year-old tech by now and can be declassified. Haha. Well, you're right. Like the SR-71, right? The plans were made in the 40s, came out in the 50s, wasn't revealed until the 80s. So, you're talking about a 30-year span. So we know we got the technology, right? It's just that we're the last to know because we're on a need-to-know basis anyway. It's like they're just thinking, hey, people, just live your lives. Don't worry about us. Don't just pay no mind to the guy behind the curtain. He'll be all right. But yeah, absolutely. It'll definitely come out. I mean, there's already got some, if you look around, say, you can even Google it, latest, fighter jet or top secret jet. And that sounds weird because you go, why would it tell you about a top secret? It's kind of like Top Gun when they had Maverick, the new movie. NASA actually thanked the actual people for, basically showing the newest craft, their plane out there, right? It's supposed to be a secret plane. But it's almost like they're just kind of like, let them just segue and then put it out. We'll be all right. We'll just stand back. Everything comes out eventually. Ricardo Petrazzi, what's happening? Good to see you in there. I actually told you earlier, I don't know if you got my message, but I put a message that check your Facebook Messenger, and you don't appear to be on Facebook all that much. But, I didn't realize I was going through some of the friend requests, and I can't even tell you how many I have, and noticed you were in there. And I don't even check this thing that often. So anyway, I accepted you, and I was like, hey, what's up, So I don't know if you had seen that yet. He said, howdy, Chris. Have pinged the Discord server gang to FYI them. You are live. Nice to see you. Well, I appreciate you doing that, as always. I'm glad to see you in there as well. But, I was just going to talk with you a little bit. And I'm even thinking about having some of you folks on so you can share your ideas and everything else. So let's see how that works out, right? Simply Steve 68. Pay no mind to the man behind the computer. Let's see. Robert Kermit Cole, what's happening? We are way beyond anything the complex is providing as new. Well, that's true. Much, much further and technologically advanced, right? Or advancements. The force is strong here. Thanks for the mess on. Well, I guess he was saying a message on Discord. But yeah, good to have everybody in there, right? Ricardo, you said, did you spot the Coliseum? Somebody else had mentioned that too, and I think you did too. You were saying about that. I went back and looked at this much more in there, and I even said that in the video that, folks, there's much more in this photo. It's hard to cover every inch of it, or micro inch of it, depending on how you look at it. But this is the reason why I give you the opportunity, like, to have the fully enhanced and just eyeball the hell out of it with their eyepiece or magnifier, whatever you have. And there's so many little things next to and around the objects I even pointed out. So there's much, much more, right? He said, I don't check Facebook very regular. My bad. No, I understand. Like I said, I went to the page and I noticed that you had not. You don't make it a regular. And I'm not a big fan of it either. I'll go on like Facebook yard sale or anything like that, right? Right. So yeah. But I did message you in case you wanted to check it out. Leslie Ann Warren, what's happening? Hey, Chris and all, how are you, mateys? Big hugs. I'm doing fine. Hope you're doing good there, Leslie Ann. Good to have you in there. Pearly Q says, good afternoon, people. Well, good afternoon. Not sure where you're at, but yeah, it's 2:33 for me. Samo Gufonian Rockstar says it's a bleak weekend. Yeah, I hate that. I don't know about you folks, but you work and you do your thing during the week. Always nice weather. Not always, but usually it is. Weekend comes, trash. You're like, man, it'd be nice to get out and just, whatever it is, you're doing something with the family, whatever it may be. And you're like, oh, man, I can't wait till the weekend. Oh, you can forget about that. It's trash. It's like, what is going on right now? Simply Steve 68 says almost all of the so-called craters have something protruding out of them. Well, I mean, I get an actual rock, right? Obviously, a rock, foreign body, slammed into the moon makes sense. It's going to make a crater. However, there's been a couple videos I've seen where, don't get me wrong, they're coming on an angle almost horizontal, almost even with the actual moon, and it'll literally bounce and skip right off the moon. I've seen them do that. I'm going, wait a minute. If the ground is soft enough, it should just, even if it's coming in from almost a flat, coming in a certain direction, it should at least bury itself in the sand or something. Nope, bounce right off the darn moon. Now, you will have, you'll have craters because of these rocks. But like I pointed out in the last video I just done, some of these things are really large. All you see is like a white, like line or border around these larger black things. There's no way that's an actual crater. I mean, unless it came in so super slow, just boom, and just enough to put sand on. And even then, if you looked at the one that was closest to the screen, meaning close to the picture, you can see what looks like it's actually a rectangular piece. And I'm not talking about the one referring to the one way in the back, which is another story. But these things are right in the front. What? Come on. It's good to hear, Leslie Ann. You said, not been good here. Had 3 asthma attacks. They didn't kill me. LOL. Still surviving. Well, what you can do is just, do the best you can, right? But I just always wish you the best, because I know a buddy of mine has these things too, these asthma attacks and all kinds of other stuff, and it's just absolutely insane. But, yeah, he's learned to live with it and, whatever medications and whatever else he can, and he seems to do pretty well. Josh D, I don't think I have. I've watched one of his videos just recently. You said, did you hear the good news about Jean, Chris? Was he just featured in something not long ago? It was online, I think it was, right? Oh, this thing does this. Ralph Franco, what's going on? Good to see you in there. You said, hey, Chris, what type of Photoshop app do you use? An awesome segment. I use Photoshop. Let me see which one it is here. It's been a while since I've looked at the Don thing. But anyway, I think it's an older one. It's a pro, but I'm trying to remember if it was the... Give me a second. I don't know. Not even sure. I want to say 6, but I'm not. It may be the pro. I know it's a pro, actually. But you can get like the older versions, too, that are free. I'm not so sure about all of the, different tools that you have in there. I'm not entirely sure about that, but I know they're really still pretty good. And you can get GIMP, which is also a free one. You can enhance photos and everything else with. And I think there's several others you can use. Samo, you said, Chris, if it's coming in hot, it's coming in super fast, hypersonic speeds, it will bounce off for sure. You're right. Well, and that's the thing. It will, again, because it's like skimming a rock off the water, right? It'll probably just boom, 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 and off it goes. There's some of them I've actually seen people have recorded where it come in pretty decent angle where it should bury itself, and somehow you see it still bounce. So I don't, I'm not so sure that is, they actually said that the sand on the moon is really not that thick. And then, a lot of people believe, and it's always a possibility, that moon is artificial and that it just has a metal skin because they have found real hard metals on the moon. So it would not surprise me if this thing was. Now, I have no proof of it, so I can only speculate. But it, like I said, it wouldn't surprise me. I'm trying to get back to where this thing was. It just jumped on me here. You can just barely scroll with the scrolling wheel on the mouse. All of a sudden, it just takes off. You're like, oh, wonderful. That's another one, too, Hellfire Studios. Yep, Photoscape. Oh, this thing is crazy. Irvin Gravel, what's going on? Or Graville, depending on how you pronounce it. Hi, Chris. Hope you're well. I hope you're well as well. Well as well. Okay. We can go with that. Good to see you in there, man. What was I? Let me see here. I was telling you guys that actually this was right next to the new store that will be going. The actual owner there, I talked with him quite a bit. He goes, hey, have you been in that that little thrift store right there across the the parking lot? I said, no, I haven't. Well, I go in there and I'm looking around and they've got clothes in there, and I'm more of an electronics geek, you know what I mean? So I go in there and I find like this person's got like these BSR turntables brand new in the box. I'm like, okay. So I'm looking around and they got this pile of stuff, and I look and I seen this. I'm like, oh. It's an FM AM stereo recorder with 8-track recorder and record changer. Brand new in the box, Panasonic. I said, what do you want for that? She said, well, I haven't checked it. I haven't really. And she sells on eBay. But she says, I haven't opened it. It's brand new. And you can see the staples were still in the box and everything. Never been opened. She said, I haven't checked it. So I was like, okay. So gave me a decent price on it. I was like, yeah, I'll take it. So I was like, pretty cool stuff. This is like a week ago. I still need to take the thing out of the box and check it out. Samuel, you said the side of the moon that faces away from us isn't round as you would think, but oval apparently. Well, you got to remember too, it's like that's the side that got it really beat up too, as far as like, rocks coming in, craters and everything else. But Yeah, it's like our Earth. It's not round. It's like a spherical kind of or kind of oblong kind of thing. It's not completely round. And if you can, I've seen a model one time where they took all of the water off of Earth, and of course you can see all the valleys and the deepest ocean floors, and of course the highest mountains, so on and so forth. And yeah, it's definitely not round. Hellfire State. I didn't even know you could record on 8 tracks. Check this out. Back in the 70s, I had I think it was a big Panasonic. It had actually, the tuning dial was round, almost like a speedometer kind of thing. And back in the day, I was like, I'd like to make a couple extra dollars. I used to record music from like a cassette onto 8 tracks because a lot of times, a lot of people just had 8 tracks, and this is way back in the early 70s. And I would record them, and my mom would do flea markets, so I just put the things out there and sell them for like $3 to $4 a piece. People were like, okay, no problem. And I'd make a little extra money and then go out and buy what I wanted in the flea market. So yeah, they, for, most of them were just a regular player, but there's a lot of ones that record, and some weren't. So I wanted to jump on the thing, that one that's brand new in the box. Oh, I got you, Sam. Okay. You said like it was dragged from somewhere else. Yeah, well, that's what they claim, because they said even the ancient civilizations claimed that there was a time without the moon, right? And that it was dragged in here. Now, of course, there's no way for anybody to know that because we weren't here when that happened. But unless it just happened overnight and still nobody's seen it. And they couldn't tell you who did it either. But interesting when you hear that story and then you hear what it's made of, how it rings like a bell when it's hit. It's just so many things, perfect size for eclipses and so on and so forth. The just list goes on. So you're kind of going, is that thing actually real? I mean, it's a satellite around our planet, but is it actually real, meaning natural? And there's a lot of things pointing it's not. And like I said, to me, and I said this before, just picture just a ball, a super smooth ball, and then if you could just, let's say it's pretty big, and you could just start taking like clay and putting it on there and just make shapes of, uh, craters and stuff like that. So you put like little mountain ridges and you put like a round circle to make a crater, because almost every crater is almost the same depth. How is this possible? So it's almost like they made stuff to come up and not down. You get what I'm getting at? So if you look at a lot of these clear photos from the LRO, you can see these craters. They're small, very large. It doesn't matter. And just look at the depth of them right next to each other. You would think it would be bigger. Now, they have said back in the past that the moon had a lot of volcanic activity. So they believe some of them was like bubbling lava come up and then snap back into making a crater, right? So that's a very good possibility as well. But either way, it's interesting when you start really analyzing what's going on in this moon, right? If it is in fact real, or just super all natural. And something's telling me it's not. Rene Cruz, you said Avi Loeb, depending on how you pronounce his name, got longitude and latitude for underwater UFO coordinates and said he's going to capture the USO. Richard Bleeping Dolan said, good luck, Avi, because when you get there, there will be an only 5,000 G. Oh, but Avi, believe it or not, he's actually wanting to try to prove that Oumuamua, depending on how you pronounce it, that was in fact a craft. He wants to set out to do that, do some kind of studies or something, or I don't know if he wants to try to meet up with a satellite of some sort, like they've been doing to some of these asteroids and some of these rocks out in space, right? So I think he wants to do some kind of mission like that to prove that this thing is not more. I mean, it's more than just a rock that NASA claims and everybody else claims. Yeah, you gotta love. Oh, let me see some here. You gotta love music, though, right? I was actually listening to some here. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Dawkins. In My Dreams. Let me see if this thing is still queued. Pause that. But yeah, so that's a what do you call it? Copyright strike. Well, I'll have to move that from the from the video. But I can listen to just about anything. Well, within reason. I was listening to some of that before we even got on. Look, you gotta love music. Bush Corey Gaz, what's happening? He said, good evening, Chris. Hi, all. What's going on, Bush Corey? Good to see you in there, man. Sky Blue, I remember the Apollo astronauts saying the regolith is clingy and is fine like flour. They were also pretty excited about some bright orange rocks. Yeah, remember they had like an orangey, it was like a dust, and it was like almost reddish. It was on one of the smaller craters on the wall, the inside wall of it. You think they brought some back? I haven't seen any. Well, again, a lot of people claim that these Apollo missions were fake. I believe what they showed the public is fake. People are like, oh my God, what are you talking about? And you know, a lot of people say it's Kubrick, that Stanley Kubrick, that had made a movie for that. I don't care who did it. They might have done that because here's what I don't get. You know, we had Apollo 10, which is basically just orbiting, just taking photos, looking for landing sites, so on and so forth. Apollo 11 is when they first put their first feet on the moon, right? So I find it interesting that the most important, you know, mission for you know, the human race to go on the moon, and yet we're going to bring up golf clubs. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow, it went way out. Or we're going to be spinning wheels in the electric moon buggy. Ooh. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? It doesn't make any sense. This is the reason why I believe it actually been recorded. In other words, it's been in a studio, it's recorded. But the real stuff was going on in actuality where it was behind the scenes, a recon mission, so on and so forth. That's what I believe went on. And even if, you know, people's argument, well, you know, man's never set foot on the moon. Okay, we'll go with that. Let's just say they didn't. Doesn't mean they haven't sent a craft down and took pictures. So either way you look at it, we've been to the moon, maybe not. Even if you say, I doubt man did. You can doubt that. It's fine. I believe 100% they did. Well, let's go with the argument that they have not. It doesn't matter. They sent machines. They sent, you know, rovers on the moon, you know. So they definitely been on the moon one form or another. Philosophy and Science book reader says, and Enya for relaxing. That's true. Got that nice kind of ambient sound to her, you know. Mr. Mike Knapp's in the house, too. What's going on, Mike? Good to see you in there. Philosophy and Science book reader said, Alan Parsons. Yeah, kind of laid back kind of stuff. Toto in America, yep. Mackie Bolin, what's going on? Hello from the Baltic Sea. Good to have you in there, Mackie. Let me see. Where'd it go? Valerian, no, we have not. He said someone's seen the asteroid pass between basically Earth and the moon, right? What was it, like 100,000 miles away or something like that? And it was supposed to either happened already. It was supposed to be this weekend. I know that. But, yeah, I mean, these things are getting closer and closer. Although it's not going to affect the Earth. It's probably already flown by. I'm not sure if it was supposed to be today or yesterday. But either way. Let me see. Samo, you said, what did we have back then that we could make comms with them from 250,000 kilometers away back in 76? Well, keep in mind, radio's been around for years, right? And the frequency they were on was like the 2-meter band, just kind of like the ISS is today. It's not the only frequency they're on, but they're, I believe it's 145.800 megahertz. It's a downlink. Now, there's an uplink, which is a different frequency. That's people actually talk to them because they will fly over your area. And if you're a ham operator, you can literally get in there, just make a contact and get out. But you got a regular scanner with a good outside antenna, you can pick it up. But yeah, they could easily do that. You got to remember they're using satellite dishes as well. They're not using, so they're more focused. Boom, high power, get it back, get it, And with the DSN, which is the Deep Space Network, they can draw on that signal, pick it up pretty easily. So it's really not complicated to do it. Mr. Whitebeard Sky Daddy, thank you very much for your support. Always appreciate it. Can we get an applause on this? Chris, my man, I have missed you, my friend. I have missed those of the chat. Well, no doubt about it, man. I'm the same way. It's just good to be in here because it's like I said, I like be able to just chill out, get in the end. We can talk about different things because you guys pick up on some of the things I may not have heard during the week, and I'll be like, oh, never heard of that. That's awesome. But I appreciate it, there, Whitebeard Sky Daddy. I appreciate you big time, and continuing support of the channel as always. Like most of you folks, whether it's just hey Chris, good to have you back, great work. That's support, no matter how you look at it. So I appreciate it all. You guys know that. But yeah, I'm the same way, man. I got to get in there and get some of the chat because you get to the point where you kind of like getting away from it too long, and you kind of like, it's a hobby, it's something you love to do, and you just want to get back to it. It sucks, Somebody just asked me too. That was on this. Hold on. Ask me how else they can do. I get this every now and then. People asking me how they can support the channel if some reason they can't get the super chat to work on it. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's something to do with an app thing. I don't know if you guys had that problem either. But I just tell people, listen, I've got the link for a PayPal at the top if it's easier. Either way. Because a lot of people say, I just want to give you a little something, so I got the link at the top, and of course, if you don't want to use that, you can always go through here too. So, and it helps the channel, and I do greatly, appreciate it. You guys know that. Let me see. Leslie Ann, you said I missed you, Chris. I really am glad could make it a bit ill. Trying to send later. I've got a boiler. Okay, yeah. Garage show, Chris. Oh, yeah. Well, one thing at a time. You know that. One thing at a time. Steve Garnham, what's happening? He said, hi, Chris and everyone. Good to have you in there, Steve. People are slowly filtering in. Like I said, nobody was aware that I was even going to jump on. And because it's not consistent, people are going, hey, he's probably not on, so no big deal. But we're going to try to change that, at least for the weekends, maybe on a Sunday early afternoons like we're doing today, at least early afternoon for me in the Eastern time. We'll try to do that so more people will be saying, okay, I know it's going to be every weekend. So if we start doing that, you'll start seeing it more and more in the community, or I'll make a short video saying we'll be live, things like that. Simply Steve 68. Need the human contact. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, just a bunch of people at the round table just having a good old time. That's the way I look at it. Ricardo Bertradi says Starlink is not intended for deep space comms, only near Earth orbit to ground. Absolutely. Yep. But, I'm wondering, too, though, if there's more to it. Follow me on this. I wonder, because it would be all around the Earth, if they can receive signals from all the way around the Earth. So in other words, let's say they're trying to find something out. Excuse me. If they're trying to find something out or trying to listen for signals outside, obviously, Earth, is it possible they can use them for those as well? Even though this is basically a link, and that's why they call it, Starlink, it just links them all together so that you can get internet around the world in the most remote places. So that's what it's designed for. And it's helped the military, like in Ukraine and so on and so forth, when they had no communications, and it worked out perfect for them. It just makes you wonder if there's actually a double use or more for these particular things, right? I think even China's got theirs going up too. They have like their own kind of link as well. That's what we need, more junk in orbiting our planet, right? Ricardo, I appreciate you there, brother. He said, just in case James Cragen doesn't make it in today, here's something for the JPL cloth fund. We appreciate you, Chris. Poor guys need it. I've got one of these things open, one of these tabs open, and it's funny you mention this because they got one that's in, they're going to, I think it's like an AI program. They're going to help to see if they can help. It can help find life on Mars. I'm going, wow. But I get what they're saying as far as future looking for life on the planet, but they're still holding with that story that, yeah, we're just not sure there was ever life on the planet. It's like, please stop. You know, I don't get it. Ricardo, tell me if I'm wrong or not, because I could be. If I'm not mistaken, Mars actually cooled before the Earth. And if it did, that's probably where life started. Again, the theory of panspermia, right? So I believe if that was planet cool first, life started on that planet first. Keep in mind, carbon's everywhere in the universe, no matter where you look. Carbon-based life forms, that's what we are. And it's all over the universe. There's no way it can just be life on this planet. They go, well, you know, it's selected, you know, chemicals, you know, blah, 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 whatever. And if it did actually form on Mars first, somehow it came to this planet as well. It probably had a civilization long before we did. And, you know, and now here we are, and there's nothing, at least nothing, maybe not alive on Mars at all. Although I believe there is, because when we looked at that, the helicopter Ingenuity, where we saw something that looks like it's flying above it. It's circling around this thing. And, you know, they can call it a micron of dust all they like. I think they're full of crap, but that's just me. You're not going to have 1 micron of dust flying around the lens when you got, let's see, I forgot what the downward forces of that thing is. But regardless of that, you got 2 opposing helicopter blades. If it's really, really super light dust, it's going to be a lot more than 1 micron of dust. I promise you that. So I don't believe that theory at all. I believe, and you can see it's a blurry, meaning real faint kind of shadow. And at some point, you actually see it get closer, meaning comes down further where it's a darker shadow. You can see it come in out of the picture, come back out. It's literally going in and out of the photo. It's like it's swarming or going around the Ingenuity helicopter. I believe there's actually flying life on that planet as well. Hellfire Studios, this is rotor spin at 24. Well, it can go up to 30. It's like 3,000. They said it can go 24 average to 28. And, of course, it depends on, they designed this thing purposely because and they've even said they had issues lately because it's now changing, you know, seasons on Mars as well. And I believe they're doing the same thing we are in our area. It's warming up. And if it's not, it's cold. It's more denser air. You know that. So it changes. So they have to have a variable speed for this thing, be able to max it if they needed to, 2,800 to 3,000. So, you know, it's in between there. Okay, that's what I thought, Ricardo. Yep. He said, according to mainstream science planetary models, Mars cooled before the Earth. Exactly. And I read this stuff a long time ago. I just wanted to confirm. And but see, this is what I'm getting at. So if this happened long before, life came, you know, was whatever reason or how it got, rather, on Mars, whether it's through chemicals or whatever it may be, then it had a civilization long, and they said it was just like Earth. Mars was just like Earth. Okay, if it was, makes sense. There's probably life on the planet, probably still is life on that planet. William Johnson, what's happening? Good to see you in there. You left, no doubt, Chris. Well, try not to. Yeah, he said in Mars, for some unknown reason, lost its mag field. Well, I think they were saying something about ours is going, there's like a, I don't know if they said what part of the Earth it was, but it was said it's like changing too. It's like more dense. It's more like a hot spot now for more the magnetosphere, right? But there is still a magnetosphere on Mars, just in sporadic areas. It's not like covering like it does here on Earth. It's very sporadic areas. And I think those are the areas they're shooting for, so they can have at least some protection when they go down to the surface, right? Alien antenna, what's happening? And yes, you're 100%. There ain't no life in Biden's head. That's a fact. But good to see you in there, alien antenna. Eric Blair, what's happening? Good to see you in there as well. So Joe Public being starved for the truth on so many issues. That's a fact. That is an absolute fact. You good? What's happening? Good to see you in there. He said, hey now, Chris. What's going on, brother? Good to see you in there. Yes. I was waiting for somebody to actually say that because I've had this on here. Simply Steve, he said the lines of the rocks look like a dilapidated roadway. What I find interesting about this, and there's a lot of areas like this, but look, it's more of like a rounded area. Almost like you would see seats in a coliseum. They're rounded. Now, keep in mind, this is a pan, so it may be a 360 degree, given that kind of weird, like arch kind of shape to it, you know. But check them out. And I've seen this many times where there's a lot of flatter rocks, even flatter than this, and they fit together like a piece of, almost like a puzzle piece, right? Or like a piece of like roadway, like you're talking about, where it looks like it's either broken apart. Now, it doesn't mean we haven't seen things like this on Earth, but it's just weird how they're like separated and almost, I wouldn't say all the way, but I'm looking for the spaces in between. There is differences, you can see that, but they're lined up. And they're also going here like a bend to it. Again, this could be because of the camera itself being a 360, right? And you can see just part of the rover right here. I was going to say, we can see very tip of it right here. But, yeah. And I thought this photo was very interesting. Let me go way in the back here. Let's see what else we got here. Well, I love this rock here. Look at that. This will clear up a little bit, I guess, depending on how this was put together. There it goes. I mean, listen. When I look at these rocks, it's just fake. No, it doesn't matter how you look at it. Look at this object right here. Kind of. You can see this white right here. See this? Airbrushed over. You can see it right there. White piece. Then it comes up and over inside that. This rock right here. Looks like an arch shape inside this thing, and then it has what looks like a nodule sticking out of the thing. Let me just back up here a bit. Make this full screen just for the heck of it. Right there, smack dab in the middle of the screen. Check that out. Like a shape of a rainbow type thing. It's got a design on the side of this, what looks like a little nodule sticking out of it. Yeah, these are natural, I promise. Now, I was looking at layered rocks. Anytime you guys see like a side of a mountain that's showing on Mars, go look at a real photo here from Earth. You can tell the difference. Like, they look so damn fake. They're just, it's insane. It really is. Backyard Astronaut, thank you very much for your support. I always appreciate you folks. Got the big old... It's funny you see this big pair with this big hand right there. I do appreciate that. That's cool. That's awesome. Yay! Another supporter of the channel. That's awesome. I just, like I said, when I looked at the layer photos of actual mountains we have here on Earth and looked at some of these, I mean, you could just tell it's fake. It's insane how just really bad it is at the way they do this. It's way in the background, so it's trying to zoom that thing in there. Zoom that photo. They just jumped on me here. He said, well, you are appreciated big time, brother. I do appreciate that, backyard astronaut, rather. There's another guy. Wasn't there another guy called backyard astronomer in here at one time? I could be wrong. Something was wrong. Maybe that's why I confused it a little bit. So my bad on that. But I do appreciate you. Oh, look at that. Okay. There. Oh, look at this. Oh, my God. This is cool. Let's wait until this thing clears up a little right here. Well, okay. It just finally went away. I was going to say this is, but look at the straight lines going. Look at this. All the way down. All the way down. There's 3 of these lines. Completely straight. And you can see what looks like these other little objects inside. See the lines in between these whiter rocks, or lighter colored rocks, if you will. Ah, yeah. You can literally dissect this thing. There's so much in these photos, folks. But like I said, it's not that people are stupid, because they're not. What it is they're not taking the time to check these things out. They really need to get into these and just slowly peruse over them. Just take your time. And the things that would come out, and people were going, you know, at first I went over that photo, seeing absolutely zero, went back over it slowly and just eyeballed it, and suddenly I found all kinds of crazy stuff on it. That's what, they're not counting on that. They're counting on you just go, oh, well, you just look at it like this. Oh, that's beautiful. Look, another planet. Ooh, whippy. And then you're off and running. That's what they're hoping. Exactly, Bush Corey. Yep. He said them rocks look like they've been cut and pasted in. Well, they got a rock mimicking software. It literally will go over the whole photo, and anything that's, you know, in the photo, it'll turn into a rock. So this is the reason why you see these weird little details in these rocks, or something sticking out of a rock that should not stick out. And because it doesn't do a 100% good job of it. I mean, I can look at this rock right here. I'm going to put it right in the middle of the screen. Come on. How does that look real to anybody? Like I said, I've said this before. When they first had the Curiosity rover, and they landed in Gale Crater, they were at the, at the base of Mount Sharp, and I think they were like a half a mile to a mile from the base of Mount Sharp, and they showed it to a press conference. So they had this picture up on there. I went, if I was there, I would have raised my hand and said, "What child drew this? It's silly. Who the hell takes that and looks at that and says it?" I mean, just look at the very first photo, because they were saying something about get to the base, travel along the base, go up the mountain. It's supposed to be 10 miles total. Now, I think it might be more than that now, because they had to go into some place and pull back out and then go around, right? So you're going to put a little bit more on there. But come on. You just look at it and go, it's so manipulated, so dressed up. It's, oh, my God. I mean, you literally want to bust these people's chops and say, come on, seriously, where's the real photo at? Stop lying. Samuel, Chris, burn it. I got my magnifier ready. Let me see. Leslie Ann, you said, LOL, that threat me NASA did because I broke the code in Photoshop. Well, the thing is, it's like, just the idea, here's the thing. People have said to me, oh, man, you ever afraid of the men in black? I went, no. What they're trying to do is this. It's almost like they're trying to desensitize people to what's really in these photos. In other words, people that are looking into these, could be anybody, bringing out these things, they know it's just going to be an argument about it. Think about it. If I was to show people, like I've showed people about what looks like those weird vehicles or something on that crater or whatever that was, whether it's on the moon, because I found what looked like spacecrafts on the moon and craters, as well as here on Mars. And they're going to go, these people are just going to be laughed at. Why does it matter? We'll just let them battle it out. They'll never get a straight answer. NASA. They'll never get the actual answer they're looking for. So, let it be. Why do we care? Think about it. Makes perfect sense. They're going to go, there's a few people, well, compared to the population, there's a few people, bringing this out to the public. Who are they going to believe? These people are just YouTubers. What the hell are they going to, nobody's going to believe that. Come on now. Leslie Ann, you said they fear the truth. Well, they know the truth, so they're not afraid of it. They're afraid of the people becoming smarter and then demanding the answers. That's the problem. They just want a dumbed down population, go to work, do your job, like a good old boy and girl, Go home, eat some bonbons, watch your little sitcoms, go to sleep, repeat the next day. They don't want you critically thinking because that's the worst thing they could have. So they'd rather have you argue back and forth whether it's true or not. Or, these photos are real, whatever, what's in them. They don't care. Oliver Klein, what's going on? Good to see you in there. He said, that's the point. Nobody really looks into it, only us idiots. Well, I don't know. Like I said, to me, I go, I think we're above the average public. And I don't mean better. I mean the fact that we're looking at these things and pulling them apart. And that's the whole key to it. The average person doesn't look at them, and that's what they're hoping. They don't want you to do that. Just look at it real quick and just go over it. Look at the pretty rocks. Aren't they great? Move on. That's what they're hoping. Samo Goofonian Rockstar says, over the years, we have seen too much to know otherwise. Exactly. I mean, like I said, and I know a lot of you folks are in on this same opinion I am. I said, if I drop dead tomorrow, I already know the difference. Meaning, I can go to my deathbed knowing that there's much more out there than just us here on this, puny little planet. So there's so much more. I mean, come on. It's just crazy just what's in these photos. And it's funny because they want to send these other probes, whether they be submersibles, things that can fly, like we're doing with here on Mars. They want to do it to some of the Jupiter's moons. They want to go into the oceans of these things, try to find life. They're actually looking towards, trying to remember if it was, they want to go to another solar system as well, and I'll show you this in a minute. And they're looking for potential life somewhere else. Why? Here's the thing. You can look at it two ways. One, they're just saying, gee, we're just curious. We want to see what else is out there, if there's any other life besides us. Or they know that there's life out there, which I would tend to go with the latter. They believe and they know there's life out there, and they're just going, how many more planets can we find with life on it, whether it be animals, beings like similar to ourselves, whatever it may be. We want to find this. We have to find this because, gather as much as you can about it. Think about it. It's like if you already know there's life out there, where else is there? Can we communicate? Can we be in contact and so on and so forth? I'm sure they got their own reasons, their motives. I'm sure there's many of them. Whitebeard Sky Daddy, yep, the Joe Fruits, right? I did the video on that, and so did Art Alien TV. Joe White, he's done the same. He's done it before I did. And he did a fantastic job on the Joe Fruits, right? So when I saw it, I'm saying, man, I always get that impression when you see something very large in the photo, I go like this, is it possible that this photo is, they want to show you like this elephant in the room? In other words, take your focus and only onto that and don't look around. After I looked around these things, you can find what look like structures here and there around these very large items, and yet there's something else all, in between them, right? Simply Steve 68 says non-fractals are shapes that are conventional square, triangle, or circular. Fractals are unusual shaped objects. Exactly. Philosophy and Science book reader says, are you talking to Josh? Okay. Might be. P. Ferrari said, inspection of Earth oceans are a better, I'm not sure it's ET. Ricardo, what you saying, a Whitebeard? Like I said, which thing, and see, Joe and I see things differently, and I don't have a problem with that. I just don't see a lot of faces like he does. And that doesn't mean he's wrong. His brain is probably wired differently to see more facial things than I do. Because, like I said, you can have a variety of different things. Like how many photos have we done? I think I got like 880 videos out right now, at this point anyway. and that's not counting live feeds. So just regular videos. At least I think that's the way it counts it like that, or I might be wrong. But either way, when you do a video, there's always something different shape, different size, whatever it may be. A lot of times, and it's not just him, he'll see things where it look like faces in every rock. And I don't mean every rock, but he'll see like different things that look like statuette, a bust of a statue, whatever it may be. I don't see them. Now, a lot of times I will look at his videos and I'll go, I'll be damned. It does actually look like that. So I totally agree with him. My brain's just not wired that way. That's all. I think he does fantastic work. You know what I mean? Joe's been at it for quite a while as well. Knows his crap pretty well, and does a really good job. And like I said, a lot of times I just don't, and I've said this more than once on here, it has nothing to do with him or any other channel. My brain's just not wired to see that. I see more mechanical and I see structural than anything, right? Let me see. Sam always said, always some agenda, a bigger picture. 100% agree, Chris. You never know. You could be correct. They just need to find life in our stage of intelligence or higher. Well, let's just suppose, for argument's sake, that Mars was no more advanced than we are today. In other words, let's say, I'm going to just throw a number, and I don't think it's that high. Well, let's say 5,000 years ago, there was life on Mars, and it was taken out, and all we're seeing is the remnants. We'll go with that. They might have been where we are today. In other words, stopped in their tracks, done. Simple as that. And it would be the same way with us if a big rock hits us. You know, everything will just stay dormant and nothing will, everything will just basically corrode and be overgrown by Earth. And, once it starts growing everything again, and it'll be just taken over. And we'll see just remnants of a civilization that used to be on this planet. Simple as that. So, we don't know if they'd be even more intelligent than us. Look at us. I mean, we're still, we already learned to crawl. We're now starting to walk and everything else. And this is the reason why we're trying to perfect rocketry and everything else and get everything like 100%, because they always have accidents and something else, either an O-ring or something goes stupid on these things. You're going to have that. It's in the name of science. This is going to happen, right? So, I don't know. I'm not saying that I'm sure there's a lot more intelligent, civilizations out there. In other words, you go to the farthest reaches of where time began or the universe began, they're probably spiritual, entities and don't have anything like solid. In other words, they don't live in it. They're just spirits, stuff like that, or just beings of energy as opposed to what we are here in this avatar body, right? So I just think that way on the beginning of time, at the edge of the universe, that's where you're going to have the most, if they are technologically advanced, meaning technologically, they got like their own technology, or like I said, they're surpassed that, and they're more of energy beings, and they don't need that kind of thing. Who knows? It's pure speculation, of course, but the further you go out, that's the oldest life. We're the newest life. So God only knows what's out there. Ricardo, stereographic imaging techniques are required to be used on Joe's finds. Again, everybody's got their own flavor and everybody does their own thing. And like I said, now there's a lot of people, like I think if you guys were on when we had Thomas on and Will, where Will was talking about how there's some people on Facebook that see like something in everything. Like, and I'm not talking about, Joe, but I'm just talking about there's people that, they want something to be so real that they're looking forward to it. You know what I mean? Like they're trying to make something out of it. And It's like, listen, or they'll say, like, I'm not sure if Celtic Hammer is saying pareidolia. I'm not a fan of that word. However, I get what they mean. Like, they'll say, well, look at the puppy in the clouds. Okay, I get that. People see shapes and they go, oh, look, it's like a puppy or whatever. Okay. It's not pareidolia when you can see the outside shape and then you can see details all over inside it. Clouds are just clouds, and they just have an outside shape. When you get into an object that's there and has all kinds of like squares and circles and lines, straight lines, everything else, all in that one object, and it has details, that's not pareidolia. That's an object. There's a big difference. Let me see. Was it this one here? I don't know if you guys have seen this either, but this is pretty cool. Has any of you folks seen 65 yet? It's a good movie. Have you guys seen that movie? Let's see. There is what I loved about the movie, although to me, depending on who's seen it and what you've thought about it, because I'm just kind of curious if anybody else has seen this. What's going on there, Mark Anthony? Good to see you in there. Let's see. Alan Snyder, what's happening? Good to see you in there, man. He said, have seen lots of your presentations and they are crammed full of mechanical parts, destroyed structures, and things that are no way natural. Well, and that's the thing. To me, it's got to be something that is mind-bending. In other words, you can look at it and go, if you got to look at something and go, is that a rock or a face? I don't know. But when you see like a bunch of 90-degree angles with circles and squares and things right next to it, and what look like pipes sticking out, that's you can usually differentiate that pretty quick if that's natural or non-natural, right? So I want to have something that's going to be like stick out. Not where you're going, I'm kind of on the fence about it. I don't know. Let me just see. You know, I just can't. I couldn't do it. And like I said, there's many photos where I've looked at where they're so borderline, it's not even worth it to me to do it. If I can't get the thing, if I can't say in my own mind that is absolutely unnatural and is intelligently made, there's no point. Because even I'm going, I got doubts. I can't. I just don't see it. It looks like something that's, mechanical or intelligently made, but I'm going, it's so, maybe it's been done up by this manipulation or this rock mimicking software that you can't have anything with definitive or close to definitive saying, yes, that's intelligently made. So I go, next. And I can't tell you the amount of photos that I've done that to. So, like I said, I had somebody tell me that one time, oh, this guy sees something in every damn photo. No, that's entirely false. I can't tell you the amount of photos that I've went, nope, nothing there. Nope, nothing there. Nope, nothing there. Well, that looks like something. Not enough information in the photo to tell. Next. It's as simple as that. All right, so Celtic Hammer, I see you are a doubter, and I get that. You're welcome here to express. You said, or are those objects from Greenland? It's a normal thing for everybody to say this, because I know there's photos floating around. You can go on Google, and you can see, NASA's up in, in Greenland and stuff like that doing these. But they are tests, and this is not a secret. This has never been a secret. They test these objects, meaning these cameras, these machines, in the coldest and the hottest parts on Earth to make sure that these machines can actually be able to put up with the temperatures on Mars. In other words, huge pendulum swing as far as temperatures, right? Because at night there's really no atmosphere, so it gets cold there on Mars, and during the day it can get up 80 to 100 degrees Fahrenheit. So these have to be a huge swing. These components on these whether it be cameras, rovers, helicopters, landers, doesn't matter what it is, it has to be able to tolerate these temperatures. So this is not a secret. People go, you wouldn't believe it, man. This all this crap is in Greenland. It's just full of it. I found out it's a secret. It's not. It's never been a secret. You just look on the Google. If it was so secret, you'd never even see the first picture of it. But yet there are. And I can understand people's doubts when they see that, because you go, well, a lot of these, photos of like these mountains in the background, they look a lot like Mars. Well, they're trying to simulate the terrain that you see on Mars, right? So that, like a lot of these rovers, they have to go over rocks that are like twice the size of your head, right? So they have to go up and over these things slowly. They move very slowly. Now, they can rabbit if they needed to. They can literally get them to go a higher speed, especially getting stuck in some kind of sandbar or something like that. They need to be able to use all 6 wheels to pull it out. But there's many reasons why they put these things in. And it's not just up in Greenland, believe it or not. I don't know if you knew that, but they're in many more countries in colder and warmer climates than just Greenland. Simply Steve, he said, also turn the pics to other angles. That's why, like on the moon, like I'll just kind of shift it around so you can see more of it like on a normal level as opposed to like trying to turn your head all the time. You need to be able to see these things, the way you would see it if you walked onto the moon, Mars, wherever it may be, right? Whitebeard Sky Daddy said, you, Chris, Joe, Jean, Jimmy, Dave Garnett, Will, you all present links. Big difference if we couldn't look for ourselves. Not so far-fetched to envision a highly artistic culture, lying in ruins. Oh, absolutely not. And I see a lot of these other channels, and you can tell they're bogus channels that just, I don't know if they're just out to make light of this information that's out there, and they're trying to discredit other channels like the names you just named. But I mean, you can literally see like ruins of India, and they got them superimposed on a Martian photo or an AI photo of something. It's just ridiculous. But I've done that on many of these channels, and I asked them right out. I said, do you have a link? Never hear a word. I want the link. If you can't provide a link to an official NASA photo, I don't want to know anything about it. Simple as that. It is now, Valerian. Peanut butter is classified as a liquid. At least, of course, it is now, because it's not a solid form. William John G. said, I saw a photo that blatantly had a big blur in the middle of it, but you could tell something was hidden. Yeah, you just try to burn through it if you can and try to find a shape. Now, clearly you're not going to see any details, but if you can find a shape or something, like if it's a darker object, a lighter object, you can literally pull something in that out of there. Sky Blue, he said, I've stopped myself from seeing random creatures on Mars. What I can't dismiss is building foundations and walls with rebar. Exactly. Now, I've done videos about that too. It looked like rebar sticking out of rocks. Now, if it's not rebar or anything that's petrified organics, then what the hell could it be? I mean, there's no other way around it. It could be a weird, maybe wind erosioned rock. But when you have 5 or 6 of these things sticking out perfectly spaced, same length, some of them are bent, yeah, that's probably not. Of course, again, it's pure speculation because we can't actually vet any of this. However, again, you should know the difference between, intelligently made and natural, right? Some things, yeah, they are vague. There's no doubt about it. But we just... all you can do is just go, well, this is what I see in my mind. It looks like it is something artificial, something intelligently made. And then some things, like I said, if it's kind of a 50-50, kind of like, I can't tell. I don't even bother. It's not even worth it. Hi, Grade Gaming. What's going on? Good to see you in there, man. You said, hey, Chris, and chat. Hope all is well. UK love. Oh, yeah, we're doing good. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you in there as well. Like I said, been a while. Fahim Khan, what's going on? He said, Russian child was said that there is a third kind of alien, Mars alien, live in underground of Mars. Well, now that wouldn't surprise me. Now, I think I know which one you're talking about because that story's been all over the internet for years about that kid that, and I forget what his name is, Yeah, it's been so long since I've ever heard it that I've heard it, but where he claims he was from Mars and everything else. I think he was born and raised there, supposedly. But, yeah, he said there was a lot of them, they lived underground. Now, that would not surprise me because, again, we have, DUMBs here, deep underground military bases. We have those, but we also have a network of tunnels that run all over the United States. They come in, they're from Mexico. You can drive literally day and night underground in tractor trailers. So it's going from all over the darn country, East Coast, West Coast, all over the country. So if something hit the planet tomorrow, you can almost bet life would still function underground. So is it far-fetched to believe that they couldn't be doing it on Mars? And I say no. Valerian said, I feel at home in here. Well, you should. It's kind of like a family thing, right? I know I do. Whitebeard, you said, speaking for myself, I did not suddenly all at once believe that we were a remnant civilization, or we are rather. It's a fractured from one that inhabited this the star system in some past era. Well, yeah. It's almost like over the years, if you've done your own homework, because you got to do your own homework. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I show on my channel, or anybody else shows on their channel. Do your own homework. This is the reason why you get the links. And a lot of you folks jump right into it. You never believe anybody, including myself, as gospel. What you do is you take your own work. You look at it yourself. You bring it into, on the viewer or whatever. And if you're into Photoshop, you try to break through it as well. All the garbage it's basically, an overlay of the actual photo. And there's something overlaid over that, whether it be in spot overlaid or if it's an actual whole photo's been overlaid. You can still get through some of that. Now, will you see details? No, it's blurred, so it's meant not to be seen. However, you can get an outline. And you see a blur and you go, well, there's something clearly behind that blur. What are they hiding? You don't know. But then you put all of this together, whether it be the water on Mars, the two explosions that were on Mars, so on and so forth. The list goes on. It kind of builds this giant puzzle for you, and you can figure this out, right? Well, at least most of it. Sproxy, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, probably not. He said, yo, good evening. Can you do the best findings in pictures ever? Not sure what that question means. Meaning, do I think I'm doing the best ones ever? I'm not sure exactly what you're getting at. Like I said, everybody does their own thing. And, they pull out what they can. Whatever's there, they try to make it pop so that you can see it. The viewer can see it better, right? Moonder06, Skywatch, what's happening? He said, hello, bonjour from France. What's going on? Good to have you in there as well. Marco Bessie said, Chris, why don't you make us a docudrama on Apollo 20 where they found the cigar-shaped UFO buildings and Mona Lisa? You'll retire rich. Well, like I said, I've said it before. I believe that these Apollo missions never ended. I'm not sure because I'll have to try to do this next time for you folks. There was a guy. Hey, I got a guy. There was a guy who had done like I'm trying to remember how he did this, but it's like a CGI. And he had his own page showing that Mona Lisa and everything. He's the one that designed it. So I'm not so sure that that's real, although I'm not saying that they haven't gone after Apollo 17, right? I think they went to 18, 19, 20, and it's still going. At this point, they still may be doing that. So I believe that they never stopped going. Again, it's like you. If you were on this planet, you looked through a telescope one day and you seen something that did not look natural, you're going to want to get up there. Hence the Apollo missions, right? First we orbited, then we landed. Okay, so now if you did go there and you found all of these, because basically they're like riches, right? Because you're finding technology, structural, all kinds of stuff that could help advance the human race, why would you stop there? You're going to want to keep going. You're going to want to keep searching the moon. Although the moon's small, it's still pretty darn big. So you want to go to every inch of the moon to try to find anything you can possibly find, because something tells me if there was a civilization on the moon at one point in time, there's more than one. More different ones, because I found so many weird things on this moon that, like, some of these things look like giant cargo bins type things. It's just huge on the moon, within reason. But they're hidden from a whited out photo, totally white blasted photo, to hide what's there. And I found so many weird things like craft that look like they're sitting in a crater. It just, you don't know what it is, but that's the way it looks because it's so darn large. And then when you look at the comparison of the crater, you go, well, that's got to be pretty big, you know? All right, so I'm going to play this for you guys. This is, you know, like I said, now, has anybody ever seen that movie? Has you guys seen it? Where the, hold on, let me go back. South of Camera, yeah, I seen the riots in France. Yeah, that's crazy how they want to up the retirement age, I think it is. What is it, from like 60, 65 to 68 or 60, what was it? 62 to 68 or 60, I forget what it was. But, hey, listen, if they can up it and you die before the retirement age, they don't have to pay out. You know, isn't the government grand? They've done it here in the United States, too. Listen, if they can extend that, you know, like I said, there's less money to be put out. Which reminds me, there's a video I seen. It was on one of these reels you can find on YouTube. And there was these government officials, including one of these military guys. The guy says, you know, if this person dies, and I'm not gonna say it verbatim because I don't, you know, I didn't memorize the whole video, but the way they were talking was like, well, if a person dies, a young person dies, it's okay. It's for our benefit. Like, what do you mean for our benefit? He says, well, it's like financially it helps us. In other words, we don't have to pay out, one, when they get older, their Social Security. Two, they don't have to, you know, they assumed right off the bat, by the way, that they're going to be on welfare. We don't have to pay them out as far as that. And I said this. It's like I said, when they came out with this COVID crap, it was to cut down the population. And like I've said before, you know, human life means crap to them. It's all about this. It's about the money. Now, and I've said this before, where if there's a young woman who dies from this what do you call it, this COVID, if they should die from it, she'll never have any kids. Those kids will never have kids. So you're not killing one person. You're killing generations upon generations of people, which will never take any Social Security, will never, if they do go on welfare, they don't. They'll never get money from that. So they just saved how many, you know, zillions of dollars, because there was what, 600,000+ that died from that friggin' COVID. And that's not counting the rest of the people on the planet, how many people it's killed off. So think about it. Curving the population, saving the government's money. That's pretty shitty, ain't it? Oh, there's a difference, Ricardo? You said the UK equals 67 for pension if male. What about female? Oh, I don't think it was simply Steve. I don't think it was a dig on that. He said, so 65 is a dig on that. No, he was just asking questions because if you're, well, like I said, that's why I was asking you folks if you've seen the movie. Because 65 is basically 65 million years ago when an asteroid or whatever hit the planet and killed off the dinosaurs. Yeah, that's ridiculous, Celtic Hammer, yeah. They raised it to to an age 64 in France, but here in the UK it's going to raise to 68 and they want to extend it even further. Yeah, because like I said, they figure, well, let's see what the average person's living till, and if most of them drop dead before the retirement age, if we can up it, then it benefits us. So, yeah, it's good to feel wanted and loved, doesn't it? Anyway, some people are like, yeah, talk more about that. Man, there's a comedy, so I plan to work until I'm 70 anyway. Yikes. So, yeah, he asked NASA some of these questions.
Hi, I'm Adam Driver. I'm in a new movie called 65 where I play a space pilot who, 65 million years ago, crash lands on prehistoric Earth.
Location unknown.
I discover that an asteroid, the asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs, is headed for Earth.
Send help.
So my first question for NASA is, what if we found out that an asteroid like this were going to hit our planet today?
Hi, Adam. I'm Kelly Fast. I'm an astronomer, and I manage the Near-Earth Object Observations program in NASA's Planetary Defense Coordination Office. Well, the good thing is that we're really not that concerned about asteroids of that size. Those large ones, most of them have been found. They're easier to spot. There are fewer of them. But there are asteroids still left to be found that aren't that large, but still are of a size that could do damage should they impact. And so that's why NASA has a Planetary Defense Coordination Office. If an asteroid were discovered that were going to impact Earth, NASA's role would be to inform planning, to give information about the asteroid, about where the impact would happen, about what the effects might be, so that everyone would have the most up-to-date, accurate, and expert information available.
Last year, NASA sent a spacecraft to intentionally impact an asteroid as a test of technology. Would that work? Could that be an effective means of saving the planet from an asteroid?
NASA's Double Asteroid Redirection Test, or DART, did successfully test a method of asteroid deflection, the kinetic impactor. And so DART showed that we do have technology for diverting an asteroid in space, but there is still a lot left to be done. Options for deflecting an asteroid or doing anything about an asteroid really depend on the asteroid, on its size, on its composition, but crucially on the amount of time before the impact. They have to be discovered early in order to be able to do something about them.
NASA sent a spacecraft to a near-Earth asteroid recently to collect a sample. Why are scientists bringing that sample to Earth, and what do they hope to learn?
NASA's first asteroid sample return mission, OSIRIS-REx, successfully collected pieces of an asteroid called Bennu to bring that sample back to Earth. Scientists are very interested in studying Bennu because it is largely unchanged since the formation of the solar system. And so scientists plan to study that sample to learn about the early solar system, to learn about the origins of organics and water, which are important for studying life on Earth.
Well, this goes without saying, but thank you for your work in keeping the planet safe from world-ending asteroids plummeting into our planet. Maybe I shouldn't look so happy when I say that.
Yeah, I find that interesting. One, if you just listen to it, basically, you're saying that, and it's weird how he does this. The movie, well, it takes place when they get to Earth. Here's weird. The cool part about, for me, it is. Earthlings find Earth. So they're not really Earthlings, right? But these humans find Earth. That's at 65 million years ago when the big rock actually hits the planet. Wait a minute, where did they come from? That's the cool part. So it makes you wonder. Where did we actually come from? But it's a good movie altogether if you haven't seen it. To me, I gave it like a 7 out of 10. And I love anything sci-fi. Problem with it is it kind of drags, but what do you expect? It's kind of like There's nothing on the planet except dinosaurs. So it's an actual good movie. Oh, let's see. Moonder06, Skywatcher. Chris, do you think it's real information about alien mothership? Are you talking about the Mona Lisa and the spacecraft supposed to be at Apollo 20? Is that what you're getting at, or something else? Ricardo, smell of BS in my spacesuit. First of all, does anybody here believe that the government would tell you anything if there was a giant rock coming, especially if they thought it was a planet killer? Does anybody believe that for a moment that they would tell you? I say absolutely zero chance. Oh, okay. Yeah, Ricardo, I just went back a little bit. I just seen you just said the same thing. Christine Ingram, what's going on? Good to see you in there. Yeah, see, everybody's pretty much echoing the same thing. Nope. Yeah, Hellfire Studio, yeah. They will have to, they are safe. Yeah, buddy. Daybreaker said, believe the government? Hell no. And they'll tell me after it lands. Well, I mean, again, and we've talked about this before. It's going to be a total social breakdown if they told you today, by the way, there's a rock coming, and we believe it's going to end the planet. Like I said, everybody become unglued. Everybody be doing the stupidest things possible. And, crime rate go through the roof. Just pure pandemonium, that's all. Other than that, it'd be great. So, yeah, it's BS. A new mission will search for habitable planets at Alpha Centauri. I believe it's like what? Alpha Centauri is our closest stellar neighbor, a binary star system located at 4.376 light years away. Despite its proximity, repeated astronomical surveys have failed to find hard evidence of extra solar planets in this system. Part of the problem is that the system consists of two stars orbiting each other, which makes detecting exoplanets through the two most popular methods very challenging, which is true. They'll see they'll see like a planet moving in front of another, or they can see a planet and it's got some wobble to it, so they know there's maybe a bigger planet next to it, so on and so forth, right? But even ancient stories, civilization talked about Alpha Centauri, I believe it was, where they talked about there's some of these their gods came from, which is really weird, but is it really weird? This low-cost mission concept was designed by a team from the University of Sydney, Australia, and aims to look for potentially habitable exoplanets in the Alpha Centauri system using the astrometry method. This consists of monitoring the star's apparent position in the sky for signs of wobble, indicating the gravitational forces, like planets, are acting on it. Recently, the University of Sydney signed a contract with Endorosat, a leading microsatellites and space services provider, to provide the delivery system and custom-built mini-satellite that will support the mission when it launches. So, yeah. Alpha Centauri consists of a G-type primary star similar to our sun and a K-type orange dwarf secondary. We are supposed to be a binary, solar system. Our sun, the other sun's way out in the other end. Of course, they're not, well, I shouldn't say that. They're saying now that they believe there's, I don't know how many planets are still in our solar system, because they're finding that other than Pluto, which used to be a planet, but now they're finding other planets that are actually orbiting our star as well, our sun. So we're actually a bigger solar system than we think, and we are supposed to be a binary star system as well, or solar system, with when we also have 2 moons, which I've said years ago. All right, Moonder06 Skywatcher. Sorry, I must go. Take care of the people of the chat. All right, Moonder, good to see you in there. Glad you were here and jumped in there. And so we'll see you next time there, right? Troy Robinson, good question. He said, do you think they don't tell us about Mars because the civilization of Mars was more advanced and before us? I mean, there may be many reasons. If they were more advanced, yeah, they're going to keep that under a lid anyway. I mean, they're going to do it regardless. I don't know why they want to keep us in this small, kind of like a jar, right? They just don't want you to know anything else about your surroundings. Just like you're just this small little planet. We're lucky to be here, which we are. But that's it. There's no other life anywhere else. You know, so, and if they are more highly well, they had more high technology than we did, then obviously they want it for us. And at some point, it will come out anyway, right? So, of course, we'll all be probably dead and gone by then, right? But to me, it's like, if I was going there, made the first move to whether the moon or Mars, I'm going to take all the information I can, scavenge any technology I can, and use it for myself. You know, like I said, the person with the biggest toys wins. So if they decide to turn it into weaponize it, a lot of these things, which, you know, God knows they would never do that. But if they did that, then who's going to dominate the planet in the long run? If it's not to weaponize anything, then they're just simply going, hey, listen, you know, it's good to have all this information. We're not the only ones around. But why not share with the public? I get the government part of it because it's about taking this technology for yourself and not letting anybody in on it. Totally get it. But just say to the public, by the way, we think there's signs of there's a civilization, and leave it at that. Because any country that's already there, which is what? There's about 7, 8 countries actually there at this point, at least 5 or 6. So, and there's many more that actually contribute to building these, you know, spacecraft and whatever else. So, yeah, and there's more wanting to go. So it's kind of like the moon. They want to have more people go there too. I'm going, I don't understand. It's kind of like Mars. It's a dry, arid, dead planet. Okay, I get that. So why do we need to keep going? Well, we're trying to find the building blocks of life. Okay, you're in an area already. Same thing with Curiosity was. Curiosity was in Gale Crater, which they believe, you know, because closest to the ground, more oxygen, whatever. There's water there. We know that. If you haven't found the building blocks of life yet, something's wrong. You need to go back to the drawing board. And they already knew this because they said that remember this was back in 75 when they had the Viking lander when they actually did a soil analysis then where they believed that they found, you know, signs of life or building blocks of life. But then, of course, you got scientists clashing back and forth saying, yes, we did, no, we didn't, yes, we did. So I believe what they did, and this is the reason why they're back there, the same thing with the moon. They've seen something there that does not belong there, and they've been there probably since then. Why? To advance the planet even more so, if it's being used in a proper way. That was sarcasm, by the way. But you know what I'm saying. Goat Hard, what's happening? Good to see you in there. He said, yo, Chris, you and some other more people have proven for years now that there is activity on the moon, to say the least. When will the people realize that? When will this be officially confirmed? Exactly. But the thing is, we, the public, may never know 100%, but we know. I mean, there's some people have talked about how there's, you know, these spacecraft parked on the crater rim and so on and so forth. Some of these astronauts alluded to. What do you call it? I believe Thomas has the video where or at least the audio bite, where one of the astronauts say, hey, well, look at those lights down there. I bet it gets lonely down there. They're talking about inside a crater. It's like, wait a minute, what the hell? So, like I said, folks, there's at this point, there's no way they can deny it. It's as simple as that. But the problem is, there's not enough people out there squawking about it. And this is the reason why it's not mainstream. Good question, MG Toe. You said, who owns the mining rights to Mars? I would think it would be us, the Americans. Why? We were there first. Yeah, I was going to say, because I'm actually going back now, too, also to just landers. So way back in the day, long before we sent any rovers, because 97 was the first year we sent the Sojourner rover. So 97, but as far as the lander-wise, was 75, and there was other attempts to go to Mars as well, right? So, and this is Soviet Union as well as us, because like I said, Soviet Union did not go to the moon, at least not with humans. They went with the heck is that? They went with their own rover, right? The Lunokhod. So, and there was more than one of these Lunokhod rovers. So, they figured maybe it wasn't worth trying to, have the astronauts go up and maybe die in the process or whatever. They simply wanted to go up there and just take photos. Think about it. If you couldn't send a man there, because let's say you get wind of, hey, there's something on the planet, but there's no way you can just pick it up and bring it back with you, right? There's just no way. That's just too big. Then why send a person? Send something with cameras, and you can know for yourself there's actually something on there that's not ours, and it's of another civilization. That's just incredible. That's crazy. Toe Guy USA says, long time no see, Chris. Well, same here, man. It's been a while, Good to have you in there. Hellfire Studios, what are you talking about? You said 14 to 17 had rovers. I'm not talking about the lunar buggy now. If you're talking about the moon, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about actual rovers that drove by themselves. Tim Houston, what's going on? He said, was Moon directed by Bowie's son? That was a good film. I'm not sure. Eric Blair, he said, what chance do we Earthlings have? We can't even define a woman. That's sad. That's a whole different ball of wax right there. Ricardo, you said the space treaty agreed in the 1960s no country or government could claim rights to land or resources on any of the planets in the solar system. Individuals and corporations can, though. Elon? Well, and there's another article I have up here that actually talks about that, how I'll need to find that. Let me see. UAE joins 7 states to sign pact for moon exploration. So now they're all getting together to probably section it off, if you will. Aerial view of the Apollo Lunar Surface Experiments Package, or the ALSEP, during the testing phase, late 1960s. Now, they probably took this in on the top of from the lander, I'm sure. But what makes me laugh about this, they're probably saying, listen, United Emirates, you can have this section. China, you can have this section. We already have this section, so on and so forth. And whatever you get out of that section is yours to keep. However, we've already been there. We basically robbed the tomb already. It's kind of funny because, again, we're talking about a moon that is basically dust, rocks, and hills. Why is everybody going? Can anybody answer this question for me? Because I'm not sure why they're doing it. It's kind of like Mars. It's like, we've been up there. We've checked the soil out, but yet everybody wants to go to Mars all of a sudden. I'm not talking about people like Elon Musk. I'm talking about just people wanting to either, like Russia went up there about, 2 years ago? Sent a satellite up there. Never heard a word about it after that. China's been there. Obviously, United Emirates, I think, went to India. I mean, holy shit. I mean, there's so many people wanting to go there. Wait a minute, this is supposed to be a dead, barren planet. There's nothing to see there. So why are these countries wanting to go so bad? Either put a lander on there, or they're trying to, put a satellite around it. I don't know. Let's not forget ESA, so can't leave them out. But it's just the idea. It's like so many of these wanting to go. What for? Scott, he said maybe the next Tesla factory will be on Mars. I don't. May not sound far fetched, but it'll be years and years from now. But mostly everything that they're going to put on like the moon again is going to be electric anyway. Just like the original moon buggy was, a 4-wheel electric motor. It's like each wheel had a motor, and I think one or two of them. One was jerky, and the other one's dead. So they had these problem. They had to really stay. It was just really weird, but. They had issues with this thing, but everything that goes up there is going to be electric. You know that. And I believe on Mars will be the same, be electric, because you can solar power anything if you want to. So, because obviously without any kind of oxygen, it'd be hard to run a combustion engine, that's for sure. So it'd probably be either nuclear or electric, right? Let me see. Gold Heart, you said, what happened? Did we finally get permission to come back to the moon? It depends on how you look at it. If they found that there wasn't anything or any activity on the moon, then there's nobody to tell you to stay off. Although that's what we heard, that they told them to stay off the moon, that you weren't ready to be up here. How true that story is, no idea. I've heard about it years ago myself. And there's no way of knowing that. Or at least prove it, right? Now, if they just believe there's nothing more than remnants there and just stuff that's been tossed and turned and, because like I said, a lot of these ancient texts talk about how the Anunnaki was on Mars and the moon. There was wars on both that planet and the moon. So who knows? And when you look at some of the devastation on Mars and you look at some of the stuff that looks like it's kind of sliding down craters and stuff like that on the moon and some of the stuff that looks there, it looks the same way, like there was some kind of war there at some point. Now, was there? I don't know. Artificial intelligence could help hunt for life on Mars and other alien worlds. That's what I was talking about earlier. A new machine learning model could point researchers towards the most promising abodes for life away from Earth. They know there was life there. Now, as far as looking for other objects or life itself, I don't know. It's almost like they're just going, hey, listen, the public's completely stupid, so let's keep them that way. We're going to continue our investigation, our science on both, whether it be the moon, Mars, whatever, and we'll just keep feeding these people this garbage, that's all. Scott, you said Martians probably didn't want Earthlings on the moon because they wanted the gold to themselves to help protect Mars' atmosphere. Well, you got to remember, if you're talking about like the Anunnaki story, they're talking about Planet X or Nibiru, which, they actually lined their atmosphere with gold. This is the reason why we had, at least according to their stories, that, this is the reason why we were enslaved. They modified our DNA so we weren't just basically knuckle draggers, and that we were, made into, obedient slaves, basically, right? And supposedly this was down in Africa when they they dug this gold out, and then they took it. And of course they said, well, go ahead and destroy what we created as far as these humans. And they said, no, just let them be. And this is the reason why we are what we are today. Again, no way to vet any of this, just stories. I'm not saying it couldn't be true, but I'm just saying there's no way of knowing, unless you know for absolute sure. So, it's just like, if I was going to another planet, because at this point on Earth, we can almost make gold ourselves now. I mean, they've figured out how to make gold. So we don't need to go to any other planet to find gold. And maybe at the time, like you're saying, maybe they just didn't want them on Earth or on Mars or the moon or whatever. They definitely wouldn't be on Mars for any kind of gold because it's all right. So to me, they're there for something much more than that. Like I said, for all I know, or all we know, is that a lot of these structures on Mars are still intact. Some of them are wiped out, some of them are not. And that means they can just move right in once they land on Mars and just make it their own. In other words, you can move into an empty house and just make it your own, right? Same difference. I mean, there's really no difference, really. Hung Meow, what's going on? Good to see you in there. You said, when are we going to go look for disco balls or ruins on Mars? Never thought of that. What do you guys think? Did the Martians get down over there? They're just all grooving down. I mean, who knows, right? Scott, you said under the surface of the moon is gold. Never heard of that. Don't get me wrong. I heard of other metals and stuff like that, like titanium. Along them lines, haven't heard anything about gold on there, but let's say there is. Again, we can actually make our own gold now. We don't have to dig it out of the ground. Now, don't get me wrong, there's always going to be people digging for gold here. But if you get to the point where you can make it, it's not even going to be a precious metal anymore. I mean, you can use gold. That's what we use in circuit boards. It's highly conductive. But it's a soft metal. So anything highly conductive we can always use. Like I said, in electronics and plating and all kinds of other stuff, Tow Guy USA says Elon's car is still flying in space. It is. Probably due for an oil change by now, though. What do you think? Celtic Hammer, he said, where did they get the water, sand, and cement for all of those structures on Mars? Well, they had water. It was just like Earth. In fact, it's almost like here we had Pangea, which was basically one landmass. Well, they said on Mars was pretty much the same thing. It was like one large landmass and the rest was water. So they had the water, they had soil, they had dirt, or whatever they needed to do to make up any kind of concrete or whatever they used to actually do that. I don't know. Wild Mountain Bear, what's going on? Good to see you in there. Helium-3 is the ticket. That's what they're really after on the moon. Because there's an abundance of helium-3 on the moon. Eric Blair, he said, you need to do a clip on how to make gold. I might tune in. Well, I mean, like I said, they were talking about how they're so close to be able to make their own. I'm like, okay, interesting. So would it still be a precious metal if you could just make it now? I guess it would be. But then talk about a high profit going on there, right? You can make it on the cheap and, don't have to dig it out of the ground and then sell it. Let me see. That was the other one there. Planetary scientist who redirects asteroids with NASA discusses asteroid 2123, DZ2. Now, I believe this is the one that was just going by us. Yeah. And that's what they call DZ2. That was the asteroid that just went by. NASA Center for Near-Earth Object Studies, or NEOS, detected an asteroid that will pass Earth by 108,000 miles, 758 if you want to just break it down. So it's almost 109,000 this weekend, which is closer than the moon's distance from Earth, 238,855 miles away. So that should have happened, if it hasn't happened already, is this weekend. So, okay, what is it? March 24th, approximately 3:51 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. It's already passed here because we are at 4:12. So it just passed. So if you guys missed it, we're all in the same boat. NASA prepares for his historic asteroid sample delivery. This is going to be pretty neat. Now, I'm hoping they'll tell the whole thing as far as the composition. NASA's OSIRIS-REx spacecraft is cruising back to Earth with a sample it collected from the rocky surface of the asteroid Bennu. When its sample capsule parachutes down into the Utah desert on September 24th, OSIRIS-REx will become the United States' first ever mission to return an asteroid sample to Earth. After 7 years in space, including a nail-biting touchdown on Bennu to gather dust and rocks, this intrepid mission is about to face one of the biggest challenges yet: deliver the asteroid sample to Earth while protecting it from heat, vibrations, and earthly contaminants. So that's going to be interesting. One of the sample capsules touches down. Our team will be racing against the clock to recover and get it to safety of a temporary clean room, said Mike Moreau, deputy project manager at NASA's Goddard State, blah, blah, blah. Who gives a crap? So over the next 6 months, the OSIRIS-REx team will practice and refine the procedures required to recover the sample in Utah and transport it to a new lab built for the material at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston. There, scientists will unpack the sample, distribute up to a quarter of it to the OSIRIS-REx science team and around the world for analysis, and curate the rest of the other scientists to study now and in the future generations. So we'll be curious to see that, or see what it's made of, right? Mike Hoover, what's going on? Good to see you in there, brother. You said, what's up, Chris? Not much. Good to see you in there. Mike, you said the question was, so our lives are at 2 p.m. Eastern. Well, at this point, we may be doing that. It's like 2 o'clock, or roughly somewhere around that time on Sundays for now. Like I said, I was telling these folks here earlier that I was trying to get it where, I get the time to do it. Like on Saturdays, sometimes you get the time, sometimes you don't, depending how long I'm at work. So at this point, it seems like, Sunday would be the best time. New asteroid sample study offers further hints of space origin from the building blocks of life on Earth. How did life come about? The answer to this question goes to the very heart of our existence on planet Earth. Did life simply arise from chemical reactions among organic compounds in a primordial soup left after Earth's clumped together from space rubble? If so, where did the organic compounds come from? So for the so-called building blocks of life may have been surprisingly common in early solar system. Imagine that. A team of Japanese and American scientists led by Yoshiro Oba has analyzed samples taken from the asteroid Ryugu, which, remember, we got, Bennu, and anyway, that was on the same. In 2018 by the Hayabusa 2 mission, and found uracil, one of the 5K bases of RNA and DNA molecules that are crucial to life as we know it. Their study was published March 21st in Nature Communications. At the most basic level, the development of life is a matter of combining simple organic molecules into increasingly complex compounds that can participate in the myriad reactions associated with living organism. Simple amino acids are believed to act as building blocks in the construction of these more complex molecules. But this isn't just a sample random combination exercise. So they're finding this stuff on these rocks. So if they're hurling through space, you can bet it's everywhere, folks. Building blocks everywhere. So again, forget about Mars, the moon. It's like you're just seeing that there's a very good chance if they're finding these things on asteroids and from rocks from way out, then there's a good chance that life actually ended up somewhere else. And many, many thousands upon planets. Thousands upon thousands. Okay, Equalize. Hey, Equalize. I didn't even know you were in there. I just wanted to Equalize it. Not even thinking. Yeah, this is a great time, 22. Okay. In Kosovo. All right. So it's what, 10, 17? Yeah, so it's 6 hours difference. That's what I thought. Lapis, you say, hey, Chris, to be honest, I think you are on Mars in a habitat and you need social contact. Salute. Well, yeah, I mean, they're going to have a group of people going up there, right? I think it's like 4 or 5 people. And I think there's supposed to be one woman. I don't think I like the odds of that. But the thing is, if they send up just a couple of astronauts first, and then, of course, they'll know if everything works out. They'll, from what I gathered, at least back in the day, when I say back in the day, like a few years ago, they were talking about how they're going to have robots go up there and they're going to 3D print these things. And then the astronauts will be able to go there and have a place to actually go in. They'll have a habitat of their own to go into. Now, whether that's changed or not, I don't know. Has anybody else heard anything about that yet? Daybreaker, absolutely correct. Life is the rule, not the exception. Equalize says, is this the first live feed for a while? Because I never got a notification of anything over the last few months. Yeah, it was about a week ago, I guess, somewhere roughly, that I had both Thomas, Mikey Schroeder on here, as well as Will from What's Up in the Sky 37. All three of us were on here. So that was the last Hangout. And it won't be the last, because we're all going to get together. We're going to be doing several of these, at least 1 or 2 a month. So that'll be pretty cool. Gold High said, anyone remembers the story from the crash retrieve UFO that looked pretty small from the outside, but it was absolutely huge inside, almost like a giant storage hall? How does that work? I know I've read that myself. I don't know. It's almost like it's like an illusion. So you see something much smaller and it's like easy to hide, meaning from a distance or whatever. But when you can walk inside, it's supposed to be humongous. Yeah. I don't know how that works. High Grade Gamer says, let's get 200 likes, guys. Yeah, we're up to what, 126? Guys, if you haven't hit it yet, go ahead and hit that thumbs up. Appreciate it. And it helps get algorithms here for people to view the channel. Everybody can do their part. City of 1,000 Planets, Oliver Klein, yep. Eric Blair, he said, good to see you, Chris. Keeping it real. Oh, yeah, got to do it. It's the only way to fly. That was Doctor Who's TARDIS. I thought you were talking about, was it China that put, actually, is it called TARDIS? Those little microscopic animals on the moon? And they're still alive up there from what I understand. Equalizer. I will join the insemination squad. Yeah, they're going to just shoot everybody up. It's like, oh, no sex drive. You're done. So you're not, looking at the female. Like, oh, yeah. White Bear Sky Daddy. Oops. Got comfy and nodded off for a few minutes. We were on Mars. Oh, yeah. Now we're talking about different other asteroids and comets and stuff like that they're trying to find the composition of these things. They already got one back, and they're expecting one back, in 6 months. So, interesting. Already read that one. There's the other photo, which I think is fun. This is where I got this other photo. Somebody was asking me, I think, on one of the comments said, "Hey, Chris, do you actually have the actual, link from NASA?" I mean, this is a NASA photo, but I couldn't find the other one. I tried to find it. I'm almost positive I did find it. For some reason, it's like when I went to go back and get it, the page was gone, meaning I couldn't find it. It's not like they just made it disappear, right? But yeah, this one's actually pretty sweet because, there's so many things in here that just different shit. Like this little object. I don't know what the hell this thing is. Looks like a teardrop object sitting right here. And I'll put it in the middle of the page along with these other objects right there. Really funky things. Hey, what's going on? Mr. John Sharp, what's happening? Hey, Steve and all. Hope you're doing well over there. Yeah, there's so much to see in this, man. This is crazy. Somebody asked me one time, and they said, well, how come I can't see this through my telescope? In a telescope, you'd be lucky to see the crater, let alone the little objects in the crater or around it. Because not all these craters are super huge. You got to keep that in mind. So, people are like, well, I don't see this through my telescope. You're not going to. A lot of people claim that they can see things through a telescope. That's not entirely true. They think they're seeing things through a telescope. They're not. When you got the Apollo missions looking at this, and like I said, you look up Apollo 10 on Google, and they've just flew around in orbit around the moon and took photos. Those are the ones you want because you're talking about roughly 75 feet off the lunar surface, kind of like the LRO is, okay? 75 miles, I'm sorry. So they're literally close to the moon. There is no atmospheric distortion. If you're trying to use it from Earth, there's none of that. There's none of that crap. And some people I've known that actually use a telescope, because there's more than one person that does this. They'll see like these small things. They go, look right here on the moon. It's like you can see something going. You don't know if that's the actual satellites around our planet. Because a lot of them are CubeSats now. They're super tiny. So in relation to the moon, it would look like there's something on the moon, and it's clearly not. Now, I'm not saying there's nothing on the moon. I don't know. But to me, I think a lot of that is just something they're seeing that's in our own, that's orbiting our moon. Our Earth. Corey, what's going on? He said, Rez, good to see you. Good to see you too there, Corey. Glad you can jump on board there. Yeah, John, I'm doing good here. He said, hello, Chris. Hope all is good. Yeah, I'm doing really good here. I hope it's good for you as well. Hope you've been fine. Daybreaker said, Chris, the last moon video is incredible. There's literally hundreds of structures and complexes. Yeah, I mean, you just got to look at the smaller things, too. It's not just the things that I pointed out, because a lot of times there's so much in there to see that you just can't see it all, or you can't just name everything off. Bush Corey, you taking off? Bush Corey Gas says, good night, all. Have a great night. Good to see you, Chris. Well, good to see you, too, there, Corey. Well, we'll say Bush Corey because there's another Corey in there. But, yeah, it's good to have you in there, man, as always. Glad to see you in there, and I hope you're doing well. And have, you're in, yeah. So I think you're almost the next day there, right? But either way, have a good week coming up. Goat High said, just that photo alone, it is packed with unnatural items. The public's ignorance makes me sick. Well, the thing is, like I said, I had that one guy say, well, those are just pixels. Really? Because I know what a pixel looks like, and it doesn't look like that. It looks nothing like that. You know what's really weird? If you look at this, if you could, and I've said this before in one of my videos, can you imagine if you were flying over the surface of the moon and seeing these things, especially right here, and I'll put it in the middle, right there. If you could see these things, it's going to look ominous. It's dark and ominous, the things that are on this moon. It's crazy how much is there. And you're just going, can you imagine, this is the reason why, remember we talked about this many times, where the Apollo 11 astronauts come back, and they're completely freaked out. They don't know what to talk about. Remember, they're at their press conference, and they're just like, Oh, yeah, yeah. Did you guys see the stars? Stars? I didn't see any stars. Did you see any stars? So people are going, oh, see, they never went to the moon. They didn't even see the stars. First of all, they weren't going to the moon to see stars. That's not what their mission was. And if you went to the moon, okay, and you've seen the objects on the moon, I don't care if they're structures, craft, whatever they may be, if you saw that, the last thing you're thinking about is looking at the moon. I mean, at the stars, rather. It's the last thing you're thinking about. That's so insignificant compared to the stuff you're seeing on the moon surface. Hey, Mr. Taff Baker, what's going on? Good to see you in there, man. Long time no see. Excuse me. Yeah, John, I always you said, Chris, are the photos available for us to see? I always try to give you guys links so that way you can check it out. Because like I said, this was on this right here. And you can always just right-click on it, just grab it. It says save the image as. Just grab it yourself and just, take it and whatever. But it's like, either analyze it or just whatever you got to do, Most people put it through Photoshop. Some just want to analyze it up close. Whatever it is you do, I try to give a link. Well, I don't try. I give links to every photo that I have in a video, right? Mike, you said, how do I go about sending you a couple pics of my findings on the artificial satellite? Yeah, you just Mars Anomalies at AOL.com. It's old school, but it still works. I hate changing it because people are like, oh, you used to have this one. What happened? So I try to keep on that. JT said, I can never see what you're talking about. Really? Just look at these white little pieces here. Teardrop-looking objects, other pieces here. Stuff's kind of scattered around. Now, don't get me wrong, a lot of this is like darker areas and you don't see a whole lot. And then you see the other objects just sitting right there in front, pretty much in the middle of the photo right now. There's things that are just unnatural and they should not be on the moon, right? This is what I was showing on the lower right of the photo. These other objects that are sticking out right off put it right in the middle of the photo right here, sticking right out of that platform right here in the middle. I mean, there's just so many crazy things. Here's the things. You're not supposed to see that. Well, none of us are supposed to see this. This is the reason why you have a photo that looks like this. Okay? It's completely washed out. Not 100%, but I'd say what, guys? Conservatively, what? 60%? Some of them are so bad, like this whole brighted out area. Why do you think that is? It's not because of sunlight. This is because they're hiding something really that stands out, and they're trying to hide it from us. There's no other way around that, because the whole surface would look like that if that was the case. And then when you break it down, and you can get to, like, you get to the picture like this, because obviously the closer you get in, the more it just starts to distort the photo. When you get into it like this, you're trying to pull objects out of manipulation, obfuscation. And you're not going to see, everybody goes, well, I don't really see anything 100% clear. You're not going to. You're not supposed to. There's a reason why they do this to these photos. What's his name used to say? It's a big club, folks, and you and I are not in it. Renee V said, am I seeing it wrong, or is the object sticking out of the crater hundreds of meters above it? Yes. No, you're seeing correctly. There's many things in these so-called craters, and I don't believe that they're craters at all. I believe a lot of these things are actually platforms. They're not, what everybody thinks. Miss Heard, what's going on? Good to see you in there. I miss you all too, Josh. Good to have you in there. It's been a while since I've seen her. Hope everything's well, Miss Heard. Miss Heard. I think I used to screw that up a lot. Enrico Dion Viglione, what's going on? He said, high strangeness at its best. Scott, you said the face on Mars was rather large. It is. It's about a mile in width. if I'm not mistaken. And even like that photo, you look at the original one from the Viking orbiter, and then look at what was there, years ago they put out the new photo because the shadows, they said, and the angles were fooling us, thinking it was a face. It looks so distorted now, and you can see it's CGI or it's just manipulation, just a drawn CGI piece of trash. You know it's not the same darn photo. You just know it isn't. Hi, great gaming. You said, look at Chris smashing the 2+ hour stream. Go on, guys. Oh, yeah. This is another thing, too. This is not related to... let me show you this first. Like these objects right here in the middle of the screen. I guess it's supposed to be a crater wall and all. And you can just see these weird things. Although I believe that a lot of this, like I said, you can see the blurring and everything else over these objects. So it kind of fools the eyes, and you're trying to get it so it's as clear as can be, but yet you want to zoom in as much as you can. So that's kind of that weird, you got to find that sweet spot, you know what I'm saying? But just some of these things that are on here, you can see this piece right here, and I'll put it right in the middle. It's like stretched out. It's like got a wall or some kind. I don't know what to make of that. But there's so many things in this photo, it just go, wow, this is clearly not natural. At all. Yeah, Scott, exactly. The original face, to me, that was the original. That was the real deal, not what they came out after. I remember this one channel, they said, I can find things better than your channel because I got a telescope. I went, no, you can't. No, you can't. You're not going to be closer than the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter camera. There's no way in hell. You can get pretty close, but you're not going to get it like they seen it. Not 100%, definitely not. Vancouver says, weird and wild, yes. Goat Heart, he said, look at all of the hats. And I said the same thing because it looks like you got like a platform with like some kind of object sitting on top. So it kind of looks like that weird hat kind of thing. Best way to put it in a sense, right? Like I call them platforms with circle domes on top, sold to us as craters, so many of them. Yeah, now don't get me wrong, there's a lot of craters here too in this photo, right? We can see that. But there's a lot of them that are flat and have just like a dome or something right on top of them. Like I said, when it comes to a lot of these objects, if they were, you can see a lot of these objects almost the size of the platform. And if there were a crater, you would think they'd be so much bigger that the crater would be bigger. And that's clearly not the situation here at all. Mike, you said, but geometric construction. Oh, yeah. Ricardo, you said one of the best stories of extremely tall structures on our moon was when one of the mapping orbiters mysteriously went dark and no further telemetry was received back just before it went dark. Imagine that. Wonder why that was. John, which one are you talking about? Can you zoom into the second crater? Are you talking about this one here or the one behind it? Renee, you say, suddenly I see something. This is such a huge wall. There is one that's even bigger. Oh, yeah. This, like I said, you got to really just stop and look at these photos. This is the reason why I tell you guys, I'll say pause it right here at the end of the video. This is a full enhance. Go over it. Sometimes it's harder to see on the phones. I get it. I tell people, try not to be on the phone. If you got a PC, use a PC. It's so much better. Not that you can't see on a phone, because a lot of times the displays on phones are dynamic. They're sweet, right? Ricardo said, too, the orbiter was at 6 miles altitude and was approaching what was called the shard. Speculated it crashed into it. Oh, yeah, I remember that. I remember the shard. Wasn't that the Soviet Union that took the picture of that, right? If I'm not mistaken. Scott, you said, Chris, you ought to take a photo of Mount Rushmore and give it That's a photo fix. Not going to do anything to it. Normal photo, it ain't going to change. In fact, I've done that. Somebody asked me about that. I said, do you have a photo? And I had like a photo of myself that I put in there, and I ran it through it. It just, you know what it does to a normal photo? It actually changes, it distorts colors. That's all it does. You know why? Because it's an actual photo. When these are overlaid, like I said, even the back in the, when they did the first moon, missions and stuff, and they come out with the first photos, they had acetate over the top of them, and then they would just marker out or airbrush over that, and then it would take a photo again, and it would take out the objects that they didn't want you to see. And this is known fact that they were doing that when they get these photos. They were literally taking these objects out of them. Yeah, good question, Mike. You said, how the hell does creators build their own walls? They're crafty like that. They just like to, they get bored. Steve Gunham, he said these anomalies must be miles high. Well, even if they're not, let's suppose they're very small. Here's the other thing I said before, too. Remember we were talking about how is it possible that civilizations, they weren't more advanced than us? I believe there are. But what about the ones around our area in the universe? In other words, the timeline would be almost like ours, within thousands of years or whatever, even a million years, whatever. I'm not talking about the farthest reaches way out in the beginning of time, where those would be the most sophisticated civilizations. We're talking about right to around our time. It's like I also said before, how do we know? Remember, some of these ancient civilizations talked about how there were giants back in the day. And I've said this before in one of the live feeds. How do we know we're not the giants? Sometimes we've seen photos on Mars where some of these objects look small. How do we know these are not very big at all? And I'm not talking about inches in width. I'm not talking about that silly crap. I'm talking about something like if you take the average, building here and cut it in half, whether it be a standard house, a raised ranch or a double-decker house, whatever it may be. And you could make that half the size of that, and that's considered their size of their building. Although if they're smaller beings, it would be like ours is to us. In other words, it'd be perfect size. How do we know we're not the giants? How do we know that, we didn't come to this planet, we're just a lot bigger, and everything we're seeing here is smaller than what we'd build? And then some things are really, really large. I don't know. Like we're talking about the shard, right? Oh, Steve, no, Mimi's in there somewhere. I don't know if she jumped off or not. I didn't see her saying she was signing off, but yeah. Ricardo said, Land of the Giants, great TV series. Uh-huh. High Grade Gaming, he said, they have been spotted in Scotland, UK this year, Giants. I haven't seen anything about it, so I don't know. But yeah. Because there's some, if you look at the pygmies and stuff like that, they're like 3-4 feet high or whatever they are, right? So we are considered giants to them. And if any of these stories are true, like the giants and the Nephilim come down from the heavens and mated with women, how do we know at some point through evolution that human beings just got bigger? If provided the story is true. How do we know? And then we just became bigger and bigger over evolution, and then now we're the big guys on the block. And everything else on Mars, the moon, everything else is just much smaller. And this is the reason why some people go, man, as much as I can, I still can't find these things through my telescope. Well, it better be a really good telescope. And I'm not talking about some, smaller telescope, 10, 15, 17 inches, whatever they may be. Talking about, an actual, very, like at a university kind of size telescope, right? John, my mate's mom is 2 feet tall. Oh, well, she never gets caught in people, when, a big group of people just walk around him, walk under him. Gold High said, true, Chris. Most of the anomalies in Mars rover are very small, given the size that NASA is providing. Yeah, because before, like I said, NASA used to give us some kind of scale, right? So we could tell how big these objects are. Well, now you don't even get that. I mean, although you can go by PDSs sometimes, and you can gauge, kind of like with the real Jimmy Roberts, he'll gauge stuff. So if he looks it up, he can get some of the information. Although I don't believe a lot of that is to scale properly either, but I don't think he's far off. So some of these things are really small. So you go, what could account for that? Unless there was small beings, we don't know. Told Guy USA said NASA talks, making moon base, then colonization on Mars. Yeah, because they want to have that jump off point, right? If we can make a moon base first, it's a whole lot easier to lift off from the moon than it is Earth. And if they get this helium-3 and they make fuel out of it, well, of course, you'll just need water and hydrogen and all this other good stuff too, depending on what they're going to use for engines. Because I personally believe we have more than just the rockets that we have now. I believe we have much more better propulsion than that. But it's a whole lot easier to lift off from the moon because what gravitational force does it have compared to Earth? So it's minimal fuel to lift off, and then therefore you can reach out further in the solar system or past it, right? Okay, Ricardo. Yeah, the Surveyor 4. Yeah. Yep, 1967. Maurice, you said, reptile-type alien colony on the moon, and cold-blooded and tough skin so they can handle the extreme heat and cold. Who knows? Well, it's like I've always said before. A lot of people go, well, how the hell would you have, like, life on a gaseous planet? How would you do that? Underground? In a dome? Have your own artificial atmosphere, depending on what you breathe? There's so many ways around that. It's kind of like when you go under the ocean, you can use a scuba diving tank, or you can be in a diving bell, and it has oxygen coming from, the top side going into so you have endless air to breathe. You have your own atmosphere. People are under the impression, well, that planet's too cold, it's too hot, it's too gaseous. That don't mean squat. That means squat to me. You can make your own artificial, atmosphere. Oops. This thing just jumped on me here. Sharon says, hello there. Hope you're all having a great evening. We are. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you in there. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me, Ricardo, because I remember seeing that. And that was from, I thought that was, I'm almost positive it was actually the Soviet that actually may have seen that first. I could be wrong, though. Because I remember, that's not their craft. But you said it hit the Shah during its landing descent. Whitebeard Sky Daddy says, I must have missed something. Those anomalies right there have to be massively huge. But again, we don't know if it was a civilization on the moon, which clearly I believe there was, just through evidence in these photos, that there might have been more than one. And these could be on here for millions of years. We don't know. Well, they would know. We wouldn't. As far as the government, the DOD. So they would know. But how do we know how big these actual structures are? Don't know. That's why I'm saying, is it possible that we're, the giants, or we're not? Because a lot of these, like I said, for some reason I can see things on the moon that appear to be kind of small, and then some rather large, kind of the same thing on Mars. You don't know. Yeah, I've seen a lot of those, John. You said, Chris, each crater is a ring with an entrance in the wall. If you look at a lot of these really good photos of like from the LRO, and I mean crystal clear, not been blasted, contrast blasted, and everything else. You look at it, washed out, whatever. If you look at the real good ones, you can see almost every crater has some kind of like cutout in it, like you can get in and out of it. Not everyone, but most of them I've seen have that slot type thing in them. James, you said, can you show the shard? I don't have the photo of it. You can look it up. Just put, shard on the moon. And it's a very early photo. Like Ricardo said, it was in 1967. So it's an early photo. Although I'm not sure that's the best photo they've ever had. But you can see it. It's actually sticking way up off the surface. Maurice, you said, yes, we can adapt. Humans can adapt. Absolutely. Well, I mean, if you can't breathe in an atmosphere, make it so that you can. It's as simple as that. Josh D, you said Mars and anomalies. Well, Mars anomalies and beyond, and all of the it's my bedtime. See you all next time, and hope on Discord too. Let's revive Chris his Discord. Yes, I gotta go back. I haven't been on this thing in so long on Discord. It's sad. I got to go up there and check it out. Yeah, I mean, I think there's several ones there, Ricardo, and you're right. You said you might be confusing the shard with another structure, tower. The Chinese saw something they called the shard on the far side too. Because it seemed to me, I'm almost positive, and I could be wrong. Like I said, first one I saw was from the Soviet Union, and I forget what craft it was, but there was also one that was the American spacecraft. So I'm not sure. Either way, they're pretty darn tall, right? Ralph Franco, he said there's creatures that live in the ocean that live near volcanic vents with stuff we can live on or breathe in there. Well, yeah, we can't, right? Well, that's what it is. These are extremophiles. That's what they call them. They're either living in very cold conditions or very toxic in very hot environments, and these things can do that. So, again, they call them extremophiles. So you and I couldn't live there. I mean, even if you could, if you could breathe underwater, you'd probably die anyway because it's not something you're adapted to. Same thing, like I said, they looked under, they had some divers, I think, right in, I think it was on the North Pole or Antarctica. I think it was in Antarctica. But anyway, they go down there, there's bioluminescent creatures. Like I said, I referred to them like little police cars. You can see like red and blue, and they were just flashing and just, I mean, they were animals. You can see they were alive. These weren't like some kind of weird craft. But these things literally gave off their own, light and everything else, and they were just swimming underneath the surface. And it was below the 32 degrees. It wasn't at the absolute zero, but it was at 32. And a little bit colder than that, and yet these things lived there. So life can adapt. It can live anywhere, provided it can, has a chance to be able to evolve to it or whatever, right? Goat High, you said, but remember the huge towers that NASA just blurred out pretty primitively back in the days? These buildings must be gigantic. Oh, yeah. Some of them were like huge. Oh, let me see. Hi, a great game. He said, Chris, if the Earth spins and the moon, why can't we see the dark side? Well, because it's tidal locked. It turns, but when you look at it, you see it just stays in the same position pretty much. You can see it'll vary a little bit here and there, but it never completely turns around, at least not probably to your eye. But it does actually rotate. When Earth rotates, it kind of does the same. It's just weird. You'd have to look up the model, how it does it, but But yeah, it's pretty much tidal locked into that position within reason. You'd have to look it up. John, you said, Chris, I looked at the shot, and it looks like it sits on a square with grids, and there's no scale on how big it is. Oh, I know. Some of these things are like, they're pretty darn big. And then when you look at, it's why I always tell people, also look around the objects that I pointed out, and there's so much more to see. Because a lot of times it's like I'm just showing you the bigger objects, and then I got people saying, oh, man, you missed this, you missed that. I went, no, I encourage everybody to look around the objects that I pointed out because there's so much more, right? And there is. Cable 5555, you said, you heard of a guy named Bruce Cathy from New Zealand, I guess, mapped the paths of the UFOs and found patterns that they seemed to travel on and made an Earth map. No kidding. Huh. I don't think I've ever heard of him. Anybody else have? Juxtabilly, thank you very much for your support. Always supporting the channel. I do appreciate you. He said, till next time, my friends, it's Monday morning here in New Zealand, and I've got work to do. Thanks, Chris, and good vibrations. Same right back at you. I hope you have yourself a great week there, right? And I appreciate your support. Yeah, they're hard to find, Ricardo. He said still searching for the Surveyor 4 for Surveyor 4 images, right? Barry Clark, he said, hi, Chris. I can see you are well. I've been doing what you've been doing for some time. You inspired me to do my own research because I didn't believe what I saw in the images you have analyzed. Yes! That's what it's all about. Get one person to start analyzing these photos for themselves. I've done my job. That's what it comes down to. That's the payback. Because here's the thing. At some point, like anybody else here, we'll all pass on. And we need to pass the torch, so to speak. For people just to analyze these photos and come up with their own, conclusion. Like, is this real? Is this not? Is this artificial? Is it not? So on and so forth. Question these photos. Question everything. And that's what it's all about. Thank you for saying that. You also said, I've seen amazing things, not just on the moon and Mars, but on most of the planets and moons in our solar system. I will share them with you soon. Keep up the awesome work you do. I appreciate it. Like I said, it's like, now, be honest, has it been fulfilling for you in doing your own work? Because for me, it has been. When I first did it, believe it or not, I went out to doubt it because I was like I said, I watched a lot of these people doing anything to do with Mars and the moon. And of course, I was looking at the moon photos long before I started making videos, right? And some of the Mars as well. So, then you look at somebody doing, you're going, I'm not so sure this guy's telling the truth. Maybe he's just, yanking our chain here. Who knows? So I'm gonna disprove it. Now, you may see things differently than the guy you've seen it from, but you'll be damned if it wasn't real. Because you're looking at it, I'm set out to disprove this. Clearly it's not there. And you end up finding something you never expected. And that's what the mind blower is. Mick Gustafsson or Gustafsson. I keep messing up that last name. I don't know what it is. What's going on? Good to see you there, Mick. Been a while. John, you said, Chris, tell us about your job. There's really nothing to tell. I mean, I work for NASA, JPL. Oh, I mean, I wasn't supposed to say that. I just work in basically a giant food chain store, pretty much. Filling the stores, That's what I do now. It's kind of boring. Sucks. High grade gaming said, Chris, you rock at communicating with us. Well, I try to, because it's like sometimes I don't catch everybody or their comments or their questions, and I try to. I think it's only fair because everybody's in here for a reason. They want to talk amongst each other and maybe get some questions answered or whatever. I do the best of my ability to answer them. I don't know it all, but, you try to, whatever you've learned, you try to pass on, Ricardo said, yes, at the rate at which the moon rotates is just such that the same portion faces. It's all the timing between the Earth rotation, moon rotation. Exactly. Couldn't have said any better. Exactly, because it's literally turning, and the moon is doing the same, so it always seems like it's in the same position, but it's really not. But it appears that way. Rico, you said, like a Cracker Jack box, you never know what you're going to get. And I've said this myself. You just don't know what you're going to get when you first pull apart a photo. You're going, it's probably nothing in it, but I'll just take the shot. All of a sudden, boom, you go, well, okay, what is that? And then if there's multiple things, then you're going, all right, what is that? And, so on and so forth. John, you said, Chris, I've got 1972 and 3 books with photos of the moon, and you can see the structures. I've done this myself, believe it or not. I'm trying to remember which one it was. I think there's a moon photo over at the, what was it? Johnson Space Center, I think it was, when we went to go visit it. And there was some small moon photos, and if you look carefully, you can see some things in these photos. Really bizarre. And when I first saw some real photos that weren't tampered with, you could literally see these things. Go, how do they not block these out? So at some point, they made a conscious decision to say, you know what, let's stop blocking this stuff out so these people can't see it. What do you think? What? Why would you do that? Like I said, it'd be the most awesome thing to mankind, and you block it out. Like, we just want you to think that you're just solely alone. That's it. Because here's the thing. If you knew, at least for me, I'm only speaking for me, if they said tomorrow that, by the way, we're not the only people in this universe, we have other, we've been doing studies for years, and we found out there's at least X amount of planets that have life on them. We've even heard communications from them, so we know they're alive. That would make you feel so good inside and so large. You feel so good and big because you're part of something else. They don't want that. They want you to just seem small. You're insignificant, and that's pretty much it. And, of course, like I said, the other things we mentioned about motives and stuff like that and what their ideas are, for going there and picking these things apart. There's a reason for it. That's pretty much it. Ricardo, you're making me hungry here. Bloody Domino's pizza, half price, any size, yippee! Or the catch pizza for one, not a large enough order for delivery, collection only. Oh, that sucks. I'm going to be having some pizza too. My stomach's going, you need to eat now. No. So, let's not knock that over. That ain't good. Yeah. It's like I said, it's just like it's all about repression. Just make you think you're small when you're not. Because here's the thing. If the government was to share this with you, you would think that maybe our government's weak. They don't want that either. Because like they were talking about back, what was it, in the 50s, I believe it was, when they had those group of UFOs going around the White House. What do you think their reaction was when they seen those? Well, clearly these are much more advanced than our planes or whatever we've got. We may seem weak now to our public. Can't have that. So would that be one of the reasons why they're not telling us, telling the public about anything that's outside of Earth? Mike, you said you guys. I'm a crystal collector, so I love geometric lines and terminations. So I look for geometry on the moon, and there's other things everywhere. Well, and that's the thing. Just simple shapes. If you see them repeated, and I'm not talking about a straight line, because obviously there's layered rocks, there's layered whatever. But when you start seeing squares, a bunch of 90-degree angles, circles within those squares, maybe there's smaller squares inside there, and it's all over one particular area, you can't help to go, okay, this clearly cannot be natural. It just doesn't make sense. High grade gaming said, command and conquer. Well, divide and conquer, whichever you want. And that's the idea. Keep everybody fighting. In fact, let me show you this video. This is kind of like off the beaten path, but he's talking about how, see if I can even find this thing. This is funny. It's not funny, but just listen to it, and I'll shut up here and let you guys hear it.
Holy crap. Let me summarize all the stories that are coming out right before this UFO conveniently got everybody's attention off of them. It's starting to look likely that Joe Biden was responsible for the Nord Stream pipeline blowing up, dude. That's an act of war, and he lied about it, and it's a climate catastrophe, and nobody's talking about it. Hunter Biden is going after people for sharing personal information from, guess what? The laptop, which means it was his, which means Joe Biden lied about everything. The emails in that laptop prove that Joe Biden was making money on Chinese and Ukraine business deals with his son. There's Twitter hearings going on right now, and the former Twitter executives are saying that they cooperated with the FBI to censor that Hunter Biden laptop story from you, the public, right before an election, which is more election meddling than any other bad country could hope for. The other thing the public's being made aware of is all of the side effects that are coming from the vaccines, because the government employees are telling the Twitter executives, I've got side effects that I can't get rid of, and you censored the information which would have helped me make a better decision, from Harvard and Stanford medical experts. There's also massive excess deaths that are happening in almost every country right now, and nobody can figure out why. And now they've added that COVID-19 vaccine to the routine schedule for children. Some won't be able to even go to school unless they get this shit, dude. But your friend the media is telling you about the UFO.
Although that was kind of weird, but okay. But yeah, I mean, it's bizarre, how this stuff goes on. They're just lying to the people. That's all there is to it. Scott, you said large budget of Lockheed Martin Skunk Works could break our economy. Well, I mean, they're just stealing the money. They don't care. This is the reason why you look at the deficit. Oh, it just went up $8 trillion. How did that happen? Oh, I don't know. Don't know where the money went. Oh, imagine that. So that's always fun. Steve, I hope you went to the bathroom. I hate to see it blow up there, sitting there watching this. It's like, poof. Making his hair. Oh, I gotta go bad. What's that? Poor guy blew up. Hate it when that happens. Maurice, you said, yeah, I saw a photo of a big blue dot on the moon. The close-up, that close-up looks like a waterfall into a dam, from a guy, Astro Biscuit, on YouTube with his big telescope. Oh, Bertha, go check it out. Interesting. Yep, Goat Hot, you said everything is turned upside down. The lie became fact. That's a fact. Absolutely. Well, Mike, I mean, it's true, though. I mean, they don't... See, like I said, back in the day, you had, when they were doing the Apollo missions, and before that, in other words, before they landed on the moon, long before they put man on the moon, period, they were literally just like, I'm just going to turn this down a little bit. That still sounds okay, right, guys? Ladies and gents? Long before that, see, in the beginning, they were looking for people, the public, to support, the program. Well, now they don't do that. Now they just go into the, take their own money, whatever they need. John, you said, hey, I forgot that VA truck's passing Chris's house. Ricardo says DOD has the most expensive. Yeah, you got that right. Bunch of crap. No, toilets, TP. Oh, yeah. Hey, there's nothing wrong with a $300 or $500 roll of toilet paper. What's wrong with that? Yeah, we believe this. Whitebeard Sky Daddy, you were just talking to Ricardo, while he's texting him. So many things are impossible, such as nothing can go faster than light, simply because Earth humans can't. Well, now they believe that you can go faster than light. However, we still couldn't do it if we wanted to. So we doubt a lot of things because we go, well, we couldn't do that. Okay, what about the other civilizations? What are they capable of? We don't know. It would probably blow our minds to pieces if we could figure that out. And that's the thing. Long Island, New York, 1395. What's happening? Good to see you in there. So what's up, all? What's happening? How you been? Nick Savage, what's happening? He said at first they got us all excited about gonna do's and over years didn't do. Well, that's a fact. Or it just got delayed, which I kind of understand the delay part, right? But they said what, in the year 2000 would be like, like the Jetsons. No, hasn't happened. But it takes time, right? We know that, technology has to move along. Some of it's jumping by leaps and bounds. And some things not so much. I guess I just feel what's more important than anything else. Whitebeard Sky Daddy says $6 trillion missing as of last accounting. Well, was it, folks? Early 2000s, like 2003, 2004, $8 trillion went missing, and they said, we don't know where it's at. How do you lose that? And how do you get that out of there? And where did it go? And how do you say you can't account for that? It's not like your kid stole your money and went over to the candy store and bought some candy. Give me a break. Pete Ferreira, you're absolutely spot on. Mankind has to get it together. Star Trek will never happen. We even guess that the Atlanteans had to fight over, other empires to move everything forward. And it's true, though. Again, divide and conquer. What was that little? There was another. What the heck was that thing about? Oh, it was a simple thing about. It wasn't blacks versus whites. What it was the guy said that there was a car that stalled on the road, and it was like 50 cars, 20 or 50 cars, are all sitting there behind this person. Well, a whole bunch of people get out and they help push this car to the side of the road, this way they're not in danger or anything. And they happen to be a black family. He said, you know what's funny? Nobody cared about color. They were more concerned about their well-being, and of course they're, blocking up traffic. But nobody fought about it. He says, wait a minute, I thought blacks wanted to kill whites and vice versa. No. Came together when they need it. It's kind of like the 9/11 thing, right? Anytime you have a big thing like that going on in a country, you'll find that none of that matters. If we can all just recognize each other as a human being, and not a different color, a different sexual preference, whatever, and just acknowledge each other as human beings, we may actually start to progress forward. But every darn time, nope, something else to knock us back. We'll never get forward, folks. Yeah, they're not going to openly say that, Nick. You said if they built the moon base, they didn't tell. I mean, there's hints about it, how they talked about. There were some stories about some of these soldiers that went to the moon, and they have an active thing going on, like they're mining or something. Now, again, we don't know how true that is. That's just hearsay and speculation. But who knows? I believe that's happening, truthfully. Like I said, I don't believe they ever stopped going to the moon at all. Why stop? I wouldn't. I don't care where we get the money. Just keep getting it so that we can keep going. Oh, absolutely, Scott. You said those trillions of dollars went into the black budget of Lockheed Skunk Works. Absolutely. And any other, space agency, whether it be JPL, NASA, whatever it may be, right? Or just a DOD, period. I appreciate that, Renee. You said, I'll send you some money this week. Respect for everything you do. The best channel. And also, Jean Wood, Joe, Art and Alien TV. You guys are really bizarrely good. And we try. We're just bizarre. But I do appreciate it. I really do. And thank you. Well, exactly right, David. David Ranges, your question was if the moon was occupied or recently, or was occupied or recently, why not use existing facilities? Exactly. I said that too about the moon. About Mars, how they're going to send a small, group of astronauts to Mars. Now, there are structures there. Some of them appear to be in ruins and some not. Why would you build anything if there's something you can actually move into? And I believe that's what they did on the moon. If they are, in fact, mining this helium-3, again, we don't know. We can't vet it. If they are, and I believe they're up there, they've been there since the Apollo missions, and then probably even prior to that, then they have a good-sized moon base on the moon, and they're doing whatever they're doing. They've probably been using that as a jump-off spot for, years, probably going to Mars and everything else. Who knows? You know what I mean? But, 100%. Definitely would occupy them. Let me see. Oh, this damn thing John told me again. And Spence, nice to have. You said nice to have intelligent discussion on YouTube stream. Well, yeah, we try to. We have a lot of fun too. Sometimes people get a little bent out of shape because we may be talking about other things. Because there's a lot of us saying sometimes we just get into just any random thing, be talking about cars or. But I also like to tell people about, like in the very beginning, I was talking about how we were talking about the storms that we've had recently here in my area, and of course the. People have lost their lives in Mississippi and other places, which, our heart goes out to the families for these people. You just hate to hear stuff like that. It's a sad thing all the way around. And, but then, you get into the nitty gritty. There's nothing better than talking about it. Get your butts to Mars. Oh, yeah. Occupy Mars. I don't know how many times I heard people say, oh, F Mars, what about the people here on Earth? And I totally get that. I agree. There's too many homeless here. There's too many negative kind of things going on this planet. It should be better. But knowing that it is the way it is, and I've always said this, at some point we're going to meet our demise. We're either going to get a rock that's going to slam this planet. It's going to be a planet killer, probably pretty much kill off maybe 80%, 90% of the population. But if you're spreading out through other planets, you won't be, the human race will still survive, right? So I agree and I disagree. You have to be able to be spacefaring and get out there. Although I believe they should start here at home and take care of the homeless and everything else. But you got to love the government for that. Again, keep people down. You know, when you turn around, you listen to people over in California when their rents went from like $1,500, maybe it was $2,000, whatever it was, and then all of a sudden they're $3,500. By the way, your rent just increased about $1,500 a month. You can understand people being a little frustrated. The government should be putting a cap on that. You know what I'm saying? There's no reason in the world, you guys call them flats over in the UK, an apartment here in the United States. There's no reason, a bunch of walls should cost $3,500. Like I said, you better be giving me happiness every day of the month, for $3,500 or $55. I think one was like $5,000 a month. Now, don't get me wrong. Some places got these beautiful, views in there, maybe a penthouse, and sure, I get it. It's not worth it to me. I don't care if I was ultra rich. Wouldn't do it. Would I visit these places? Sure. Would I want to buy it? I'm good. John, you said, can a car engine run on Mars? Well, here's the funny part. Again, they always claim that closest to the surface of the ground, there was more oxygen. It depends on how much volume of oxygen there is, and it also depends on an engine. Because think about it. If you have something that uses very little fuel, then it's going to take in a little bit of air. So is it possible? I guess it's a possibility. Obviously, if you got something like a dragster or even something mild, like something with a 750 double pumper on it, and it's cranking out about 1,000 horsepower, probably not. Just too much CFMs. It's just sucking in way too much oxygen and air for it to combust. So, but if you had something very small, took very little fuel, obviously you got to have, there's got to be a balanced mix of both air and fuel. It may be able to do that. And I also believe that there's probably more oxygen than they're claiming that's on Mars too, because seeing they've lied about everything else as far as what's in these photos. So something tells me there's a lot more oxygen on Mars than they're claiming. And the sunshine seems to be doing pretty well too, seeing it's much more distance from the sun than Earth is, and yet the helicopter can charge within a few hours and it's ready to rock and roll for the afternoon, or before 1, because they said 1. At 1 o'clock, it gets the air gets really turbulent, very windy, so it kind of puts a damper on their flights. But they're already saying by 11 o'clock that thing's charged and ready to go. I went, wait a minute. So, and here's the other question: does this thing like stick to walls where they can directly point that solar panel right at the sun to get peak volume of electricity? If anybody's ever had a solar panel, they know it doesn't get full sunlight unless it's got direct sun into it. So it doesn't get full voltage. Like mine, they're usually around 20, 25 volts input at full sun directly into it. So if it's at an angle, you're not getting full sun. So how is it charging that fast? And they said it uses a portion of that battery overnight to keep it warm. So now it pulls the battery down a little bit. Excuse me. And then has to charge itself up and then have a flight before 1 o'clock. Does anybody see anything wrong with that? Or is it just me? Exactly, Nick. Yep. And gas engines have to be adjusted for pressure, too. Exactly. If you go from a distance, depending on sea level, so on and so forth, right? Yep. Steve got him. Sharpie, your name is John. Yeah, John Sharp. Scott, you said it takes less battery power to fly on Mars because of much lower gravity. However, that's not their issue. It's not so much the gravity, the air is thinner. So now the opposing blades have to spin faster to get lift It's not like here on Earth, you can spin them at less RPMs, and we were talking about this earlier, it was like 2,400 RPM. And depending on the pressure, meaning if it's summertime there, wintertime, you're going to have more denser air than other months. So they're going to have to adjust that from anywhere from 2,400 RPMs up to 2,800 RPMs. So in actuality, it actually uses more battery than you think, and yet it does. So it uses more battery than most people think. And again, it's using for thermo to keep itself warm and through overnight, which gets pretty darn cold. So all right, Mick, you said got to head out. Have a good weekend, everyone. So long, Chris. I appreciate it, Mick. Thanks for stopping in and just having some chat with us. And have yourself a good week there coming up, right? I want to see that sounds familiar, Scott. You said, have you ever seen a Jetson One flying craft? It's interesting. It sounds a little familiar, but I haven't seen it. At least I don't believe I did. Now, how do you go from, let's see if it'll show the whole picture. Here we go. Okay. The coming lunar armada, the fleet of NASA-funded startups will soon begin to land on the moon. Imagine that. But look at the clarity of some of these photos. You look at the LRO photos, and they look pretty pristine, most of them. And then you see a whited out piece of trash. How is this possible? People go, well, it's sunlight. No, it's not. It's not a mirror. Okay. Even if the sand was white, and meaning all of it, even then it would be a brighter area, but it would not be highly contrasted out. There's a difference. Physics.org has got this on here. Whoops, might be. No, that ain't it either. Like I said, look at any one of these craters. They appear to be the same depth. The only difference is the walls are higher. So you go, well, yeah, then it's the same depth. Oh, it's a different depth. No. Here. Any one of these has got you can actually visualize these walls of these craters not being here, and it's like a sphere, meaning it's round, and yet the stuff was put on it. That's weird how that looks. Tour Guy USA said rover has solar panels but get covered by Mars dust. Well, it depends on which ones you're talking about. Like the newer ones are nuclear powered, right? Like the Perseverance, the latest one up there, is nuclear powered as well as the Curiosity prior to it. It's if you go back to the Spirit and Opportunity rovers, those were solar panels. But when you research I believe it's a Spirit rover, that one there didn't die because of dust. It died because it got locked into something on the ground. And you can see that. I've done a video on that where literally something came up through the wheel. And if you know how the wheels are designed, they have like these square openings, like cutouts purposely made in these wheels. And something came up through the wheel and locked it, and it couldn't get out of it. At least from the photo, that's what I gathered through it. So they claim, oh, yeah, well, they couldn't get it out. So either way, it's a dead stick, because if you can't get out of it, it's going to just sit there. And, even if it's just sit there and take pictures of, just if you can rotate the camera, just keep taking pictures of the same spot. That's pretty much what it's going to do. And I believe it was the Opportunity. I think it was the Opportunity. No, it was just, I'm trying to remember now which one it was. It's been so far back. But one of them got stuck on the ground, something protruding out of the ground, got caught on the wheel itself. The other one, according to them, actually did stop working because of, this dust. Had a big storm and just basically rendered it useless. The problem with it is the way the panels were designed, they had a anti-static charge they put over these things. So as soon as it applied electricity, it would just literally scatter the dust off of it. Now, I don't know how much it could keep up with it. It's kind of like windshield wipers on a snowstorm, right? it could only keep up with it so long, and it probably had only so much battery to be able to do that before it got, completely buried on the panel. So it's a possibility that just happened, that did happen, right? So I don't know. But the two that are up there now, like I said, they're, what do you call it? They're nuclear powered. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on, let me go back. Thing jumped on me here. We'll use his name, Sharpie. Chris, there's a small ET on the rim above your hat. She's just chilling. There's one on my hat. See him? No. Ricardo, you said Pathfinder got stuck. I thought Pathfinder was the lander. Am I mistaken that? The Pathfinder was the lander for the Sojourner. Or do I have them confused? I might have them confused. Hold on. So many landers and rovers and everything else. It's like, what? White Bear Sky Daddy says, based upon many views of Mars images, I entertain the theory that there might be pockets of differing atmosphere on the surface. I agree. Tool Guy, he said, yeah, Chris, there are so many strange things on Mars, they look structural. Argo Tanza, he said, a medium is required in order for there to be ability to hear sound, water, methane, hydrogen peroxide, etc. Well, because they claim, too, also that the air is thinner, that you hear the helicopter, it sounds like muffly. Instead of like a sharp, you don't hear that. It's like more of almost like a vibrational sound, right? So you need that. Now, there was recordings of the actual helicopter near the rover, and of course it recorded that, and it sounded more of a muffly thing than anything, if that's the real sounds. So again, I believe if they're going to lie about what's in these photos, why would they not lie about, things going on Mars, meaning there's as much more to the atmosphere, or there's more in the atmosphere than they're claiming. Oh, okay, Ricardo. Yeah, that's what I thought. He says, sorry, Chris, you are correct. Pathfinder was a lander. Yeah, I was going to say, that's almost positive the Pathfinder was the lander for the Sojourner rover. But like I said, there's so many things going through your mind, you're thinking, am I wrong? Am I wrong? It happens. I do the same thing. Long Island, New York, you said UFO shot down over Alaska. I haven't heard that one yet. Anybody else heard that? Interesting. Would not surprise me. Marco Bessa said, Chris, are you also considering doing videos of other planets like Mercury, Pluto, Venus? Pluto's interesting planet full of strange... I have done them. You can look them up. You can just go into my regular homepage and just put in the search box and put Pluto or something. And you'll see I've done a couple videos on Pluto. I'm almost positive I did something on Venus as well. Taft Baker, who said Rolls-Royce plans to have a reactor ready to send to the moon by 2029. Well, funny enough, if you look at, they've had like a nuclear kind of thing. If you look at the actual power supply for the rovers on the back, they look like this like barrel type thing, right? And it has fins sticking out of it, like a heat sink coming out of it. Both rovers have that, both Perseverance as well as Curiosity, right? So that is the decaying radiation, element it's literally giving off this electricity, right? Anyway, on the moon itself, they had one exactly like that on the moon back in the late 70s. Well, I'm sorry, late 60s, early 70s. So figure that one out. And they literally had these cords coming out of it. So was it their design for a battery at the time? Or did they have like nuclear power back then too? I mean, who's it going to hurt? They might have had it housed in something and then took it out. And then, of course, they're not next to it. So they don't care. And they just left it on the moon. What's it going to kill? Nothing in to kill. But it looks identical. And I've done a video on this. And this goes way back. But I did a video I'm almost positive I done where it shows that power supply that they had on the moon to what the Curiosity rover and everything has. They're almost identical. Mike, you said, Chris, I have been studying the gigantic stationary machine below Maria Crisium. Really? Ricardo, you said Pluto strangely has lost 90% of its atmosphere in the last few years. Yeah, I heard something about that too. I'm not sure. I didn't think it had much of an atmosphere to begin with, did it? But still, if it's losing it, it's like, is it because of these solar storms? These CMEs coming from our sun too. Is that possible? Although it's a distance away, but is it possible it stripped what little it had? Mike, you also said, I believe it's what keeps the moon in its tidal lock. Interesting. Huh. Nick Savage, you said, so far, every planet and moon Chris has featured is littered with anomalies and structures. That's the word I was looking for earlier, isotope. Ricardo, thank you. Multi-emission radio isotope thermoelectric generator. Pretty much. Spot on. And like I said, if you look at some of these moon missions, you can see what looks like the same exact power plant that you see on the back of these rovers. It's also on the lunar surface with these astronauts. You said Voyager has nuclear powers also. Mm-hmm. Yep. Arco, you said, enjoy your week all. It's bedtime here in South Africa. 23, just about midnight, right? I got you. All right, you have yourself a good one, man. And thanks for being here, right? Because we're going to be doing the same thing pretty soon. Terry Kelling, your question was, what is the true color of the moon? That's difficult because, as you can see, you don't really see any colors here. But there are other people that have done videos where it looks like there are colors. Now, I don't know if that's distortion through the atmosphere, our atmosphere, showing what looks like different colors on the moon, or if you believe that this is absolutely the actual color. Not sure. Oh, what was his name? Bill. He used to do, he's retired now from doing it, but he used to do a lot of these. He had his own telescope, looked at the moon quite often, and he said, look at the colors you can find on this moon. You guys might know who I'm talking about. Trying to remember his name. Can't remember his name. Michael Williams, what's going on? I said, hey guys and gals. Pete, you said the military makes sure Alaska is kept out of the news. Very invested in remote regions. Oh, well, yeah. Yeah. Argo, you said the moon has all colors, bright blues, purples, and greens. Although rare, they are mostly metallurgical in nature. Thank you, Ricardo. Bill Bryson. He used to do a lot of that. And he used to have some crazy up-close photos of the moon before I knew anybody doing it. He's still around. I'm actually friends with him on Facebook. Although I don't talk to him, he always, posts something every now and then with his family and what, which is cool. Jose Escamilla didn't have, I don't think he had his own telescope, though. But it sucks to see him actually passed on. Good guy. We actually talked with him one time. It was Thomas, myself, and I believe it was Will. We're all like, hey, we got to get one of those hats. The hat he used to wear all the time. Yeah, Pete, you said nukes are used in military naval ships, but not private, but deemed safe for space. Strange. Yeah, exactly. Bunch of crap. So this thing sound all right, guys. This is, I just got to, I've been toying with this thing for a while, but I got a mixer on this thing so I can, do different things with it. And so if we have interviews, I can have people come in and adjust all of their volume. Although I can do it with the software I got up here, it still helps a lot better than actually messing with the software. I can just do it on the mixer. So, if it sounds pretty good, that's all I care about, Argo, are you talking about the colors? Because, yeah, I've seen them. Many people have taken photos of it. And here's the other thing, too, that's really weird. I can get photos from NASA, and if you look at Photoshop and then you look at the actual, you can pull apart what the photo is, right? It'll say either a gray, it'll say color or RGB or any of that sort. Most of them are in color, and yet this is what you see. Just what you see on the screen. It's crazy. Yep. Andre, so yes, I miss Bill. We're live from the moon, folks. Remember you used to say that? Okay, Nick, you said it sounds pretty good. The audio was great. It's all that matters. You've got these little sound effects, like I said, with everybody supports the channel. Give them a little clap. Put in my own sound bites if I want to. You get to store those or whatever. I like this one here when you get somebody has a problem with the channel. You just oh God. High Grade Gamer said, let's hit 170 likes, folks. Everybody hit that like button. Bam, thumbs up. Appreciate it. Gold Hard, he said, live streams are always worth joining. I always learn something new, incredible facts. Well, it's like I always tell you guys, I learn something too, because a lot of times, if I'm not privy to what's been going on lately, and you guys say, well, have you heard about this? No, I haven't. I try to stay in the loop because, if I'm not at work and I get a little bit of time, I'll go into these, science and stuff like that, pages and stuff like that, and look around different other areas to look at. And I'll find out a lot of this stuff, and some stuff I'm just unaware of, MG Toe, I don't have any myself because, like I said, I haven't, taken them myself, obviously. But I've seen others who do have them. Ricardo, thank you very much for your support, as always. It's fantastic to have a live hangout, Chris. We got spoiled during COVID lockdowns with every Friday night. That was now a real treat. Well, yeah, I mean, it's actually, believe it or not, it's funny you even mention that. I'm surprised it's still a thing, COVID. It's bizarre. It really is a bizarre thing to actually hear it's still a thing here. Now, don't get me wrong, it's actually dropped down considerably but it's still a thing. I don't know about how's the other people in the other countries there. What in the UK and so on and so on. I don't know if there's still some friends over in South Africa and stuff. Now, if Jean was here, he'd be able to tell us. But is everybody else having the same problem? It's still there. I don't even hear much about it anymore. Then when they say, "Oh, by the way, this place is, it's overrun with COVID," I'm like, "What are you serious right now? I thought this was a thing. Now it still is." Let's see. Wow, reverby. Thanks for joining the Mars Anomalies and Beyond podcast. Sounds actually pretty cool, though. What you guys think? All right, Maurice, what's going on over there? You still got all that kind of BS going on over there? Joanna's broken. What's going on? Good to see you in there. Ricardo said my 70 plus year old parents are still quite skittish. Well, I can understand that. You know what I mean? Okay. Tommy Cockle says all good in UK. COVID's still here, pretty much mild symptoms. Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be the other strain, which is really not potent, right? But oh no, new mic. Oh, yes. Love it. Well, like I said, I get it more for if we have other guests on there. It's a lot more controllable this way. Yeah, it's even got auto-tune if you want to sing. Yeah, we don't want to do that. But you can do things like, Mars used to be just like Earth until... And that's all she wrote. Now it's the desert-like, dry, arid planet that's a crap. Oh, yeah. Argo, you said, Chris, I sent 9 pictures of scientific evidence of water, oxygen, atmosphere conditions, etc. on your... Oh, yeah, you're referring to the moon, right? Well, I hope everything goes all right for you there, Whitebeard Sky Daddy. I really do. You said you're talking to Goat Heart earlier, but you said I'm having surgery in the morning, folks. If you pray for me. If you don't, cross your fingers. Hope to see you all next time. No such thing as routine surgery. You got that right, brother. Sometimes you got to be you always got to be your best advocate, right? Be careful for yourself, and hopefully it works out for you. I really do. No, Mike, he's still alive. He said, guys, I could have sworn Bill Bryson died. Unless it was just recent. Let me see here. Mm-hmm. What that garbage is, but okay. Let's see. Okay, that's that one. I wonder why. I'm looking it up right now. Hold on. Hmm. Argo, would you say you left it? Because I'm looking for it now. Yeah, I got to start doing something with this Facebook page, too. Been a long time since I've done anything on there. Long time. Hmm. All right, I'll have to check it out a little bit. Why is this thing like this? Hold on. I wonder why the screen was messed up here. We're good. All right. Just checking. Oh, yeah. Hmm. All right. Still sounds okay. Just wonder why this thing was not showing this other audio on this other side. But, yeah, like I said, the other thing I was going to try, and this is before we get off here, guys. The other thing I want to do, like I said, I'd like to have some of you folks on here so we can actually view some of your ideas and stuff like that. So, thinking about doing that. We'll see what happens. Because I think a lot of people have a lot of good ideas here, and I think a lot of people, very brilliant people, got a good head on their shoulders. So, it's always good. Terry Kelling says, off to bed. All right, man. You have yourself a good one there, and appreciate you being here, and we'll talk to you soon. It's just writing a short story about a man who has enough money to go to Mars. That'd be sweet. Let's crowdfund. I'll go. That's not good, Mike. He said, don't laugh, but there was a guy who studied in our field and that made a video of him saying he was going to be watched. He was being watched, rather, and was hit by a car outside his house. I will find his name. That ain't good. High game. I'm sorry, high game. High grade gaming. Chris, have you ever had a mainstream TV ask you to share the content or work for them? No, I mean, the only thing I came close to was the, and this is several years back, where it was like Russia's equivalent to the, history, like Ancient Aliens. I was on that. And, yeah, it was pretty funky. Because they had to, whenever I talked, they had to translate and everything else. So, but it was cool to be able to do that. I'd forgotten you had one there, Argo. He said, we'd like to have you on our podcast, too. The Judge of Levels, what's going on? He said, good evening, my friend. What's happening? You just jumped in when we were just jumping off. but it's always still good to see everybody. I don't care if it's just a simple wave of the hand and jumping off or whatever. Next Savage, Mars. Dress warm, bring sandwiches and pizza. Better bring something. Russell Romig, I think it's Romig. He said the only issue I have is that these civilizations would be building who would be building these things across the solar system is that they would have to have immense wealth and technology to do construction like that. Well, I mean, it depends on what kind of construction we're talking about, right? If it's like very expensive metals to build something, or it's something they can build out of the resources that they have on the planet, meaning some kind of dirt or something like that, or something they put together that's even a lot harder than our concrete. We don't know, right? We're just guessing. But it really depends. And if they're using what they can find on any moon or planet, then obviously they don't have to ship it, meaning move it to one planet or moon to another, right? So I guess there's a lot of ways of doing it to make it, easier and cheaper to do. Sharpie, you said my house is 300 years old and haunted, and I moved all the furniture out as carpets are arriving, and I'm scared. Just tell them to go on. It's time to move. You're occupying the house. Beat it. Tommy, you said my thing is looking for fallen Martian statues and burial sites. Found quite a few that nobody else has found so far. Also found mechanisms and possible spent missile-like weapons. I've seen things like that myself. Really, really weird, right? Pretty cool. And they just, but again, it depends on what you're looking for. Like I said, some people can look at it and say, I'm just looking strictly for what may be beings. So they see faces and stuff like that, or small people, whatever. Now, like I said, I don't see that stuff only because I'm not looking for it. Now, many of these beings would have to be this darn big. That's pretty small. Because a lot of people, although they see these things, they're not looking at scale. A lot of rocks would be this big, and there's a being about this big next to the rock. It's like, I don't think they'd be quite that small. Not that quite small. But like for you, like you said, you see, Martian statues and stuff like that. I've seen a few myself. Now, like I said, Joe from Art Alien TV finds these things like this. Why? Again, his brain is wired for this. I don't see him as much as he does. So everybody's got their own way of looking at a photo and then bringing it out, which I can appreciate anybody doing that, right? So, it's just cool to see that. Ricardo says, and two beers are ready for bed. 23, oh, you're 11 o'clock over there. Work in the morning. I hear you. So this is the reason why we try to have it a little bit earlier. We may even move it to 1, but let's go with 2 for now. And we'll make sure we're going to be on the next week. I'll definitely let you guys know. So we're going to let everybody go tonight. I appreciate everybody being here and all the support from the channel. You guys are awesome. Much love for everybody here. Thank you for the insights, the comments. It's always appreciated. Got the best people here on this podcast because, like I said, I've seen so many of these. Most people have really good podcasts, good people in the chat, and some of them are just off the deep end. So I appreciate everybody just being here. It's just awesome because, like I said, it's just like one big family there, right? And like I said, I can't say it enough. I just appreciate every one of you folks and all the support that you give. It's just awesome. I never thought, to be honest with you, being doing these podcasts that I would have the support. I don't care if it's monetary, just a vocal support and stuff like that. It's just awesome. and this just what drives you on to want to do videos and show more to the public and have these get-togethers. I think it's just awesome. So, but seeing Ricardo, you were talking about pizza earlier, and I appreciate that. So now I'm starving to death. And we had a good time in here, so that's even better. So that's awesome. But anyway, I'm going to let everybody go. Much love to everybody here. Thanks for joining Mars Anomalies and Beyond. I do appreciate it. It's more verby there. You got any echo? Ooh, there it is. Ooh, sounds like I'm talking in a giant toilet. That's insane. Anyway, so we'll let all you fine folks go. Everybody be careful. Have the rest of whatever you have at midnight. If you have, the weekend rather. Some of you folks already on Monday. But have a good week coming up. And just be safe there, right? Anyway, folks, if you haven't left a thumbs up, please do so. I do appreciate it. And like I said, if you want to, like I said, I had that other person just ask me, if you want to support the channel in any way, you can either do the Super Chat or you can do the PayPal. Again, always greatly appreciated. It definitely helps the channel. Like I said, just helps maintain anything here I got on the bench here to make sure we continue to bring this to you, right? Anyway, we're going to let you folks go. Everybody have yourself a great weekend, or what's left of it. Great week coming up. Be healthy. Stay safe. We'll see you soon. Peace.